Tapped in, tuned in, turned all the way on. This ain't just a vibe, it's a freak scene bomb. Ms.Blue in the building, oracle flow, cracking codes of the cosmos. Now you already know. Yeah. Ride the wave, feel the light. It's frequency love tonight. Ms.Blue gon' take you higher, burning truth with sacred fire. Stay hungry. This is soul talk, rebirth from the womb. Say it with me, I can alter my course at any time. Yeah. Tap in, turn on. Your higher self already logged in.
What could he do for me? I told him that my love is free. But can you match me? I can do it all for myself. Want you but really don't need help. So can you match me? I like luxury, I like fancy things. Shine on my body, live like royalty, treat you like a king. If I trust, but you must be worthy of the crown. I'm not just anybody, born to live in luxury. La 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 lux. La 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 la. I'm serving rich Auntie Chloe B. I know my job is a blessing, but if you pay me. Rocks on my wrist, fur on my feet, setting the table in all the chic. Baby, come eat. I like luxury, I like fancy things. Shine on my body, live like royalty, treat you like a king. If I trust, but you must be worthy of the crown. I'm not just anybody, born to live in luxury. I work too hard on my luxury. We come so far, luxury. Cover these scars and diamonds, luxury. Every day I'm alive, it's giving lux, yeah. La 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 lux. I work too hard, no mind. We come so far, covered these scars and diamonds. Every day I'm alive, it's giving lux, yeah. La 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 lux, la 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 lux.
I want to ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. Oh my goodness. Greetings to everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome on in. How are you all doing? How are you all feeling? Yeah, happy Friday, you guys. Happy Venus Day. And also happy Lionsgate portal because we are in the portal. And today just had so much powerful energy. And so I definitely wanted to make sure that I came on. But I want to tell you guys a story and let me know if you can hear me okay, if the sound and everything is coming through clear. I want to make sure, I want to welcome everyone on into the room. So good to see you guys. Let me know, drop it in the blue room and let me know where you're tuning in from. Like what state, what continent, what part of the world you're tuning in from. We got a lot of things to talk about. And I'm going to tell you what led up to me coming on with kind of this impromptu kind of show. And it's going to kind of feel right and make a lot of sense. Thank you for that, Papa Flan. But first of all, let me tell you guys this. I know I made a post on Instagram, and hopefully you guys did get a chance to see it. If not, I'm glad that you got the notification when I was live. But how about right before I was about to go live, my whole entire neck turned bloodshot red. Literally. I don't know if you can still see some of the remnants of where it was red. Now, the reason is one, I ate some things I know I wasn't supposed to eat because my body is a little sensitive to different things. And, this month of August, it's a lot of sensitive energy. But everything went red. Like my whole neck was red. Almost, you know how sometimes you can get tattoos and you can get a red tattoo? My whole neck was red. Now, when I was younger, I would have these things happen to me as well. And I know it's some things from past life. And I was in the thick of really channeling this energy for the prediction show here and really listening very closely to my guides and to Source giving me the download. And I sat down in the chair, getting my hair and stuff together, had my paperwork. I was writing the notes and I looked up and all I seen was red. I said, oh no, can't go live right now. You cannot get on air with a neck that looked like somebody literally got you in the grips. So that's what caused a little bit of the delay. I just wanted you all to know. So I just kind of breathed through the moment, did a little Reiki on myself, kind of came down, drank a little bit of some good juicy water, took a little bit of my liquid magic, took some liquid magic, and voila, we're here. We're here. We're here. But I say all of that to say that I'm going to tell you guys what led up to this because, as you guys know, I am super excited that tomorrow, on August the 8th, we will be hosting, and everything just kind of left me really quick, but I'm going to come back. On August the 8th, we are hosting the Lionsgate activation along with myself and 5 other visionary creators that is going to come on, and we're going to be doing offering for the collective. Now, this is a free event. It's, well, not exactly. There is an energy exchange, and we'll talk about that, but it is free as far as there's no cost for it, right? So if you want to sign up, the link is in the show notes here. And we'll talk a little bit more about it as we move further along today as we move through this show. And so I've officially titled it August and Beyond 2026 Predictions. Now, this is going to go in conjunction with the prediction show that I've always done and I've done at the end of 2025 for 2026. This is the reason why, because several of you have asked me, when am I going to do? Let me make sure everything is good to go here. Somebody is saying I'm a little low here. Huh. Make sure that the volume is turned up and hopefully that helps there a little bit. Okay. It could be your browser as well, but welcome to you coming on in. Ooh, Lord have mercy. Listen, so today is Friday and I do not cook on Fridays. We don't cook on Fridays. So I was going out to get us our meal for the day because usually I eat once a day on Fridays, right? And when I went to go get um, us something to eat, baby Blue, Silver, my daughter, she wanted pizza. There's a local Italian pizza place we have in town. It's authentic pizza. They use very good, healthy ingredients, and they even do their version of gluten, vegan pizza. My brother is calling me. Sorry, you guys. My brother called me. And when my brother calls me, I have no other choice. I have to answer. So, anyway, I said I'm live. He was like, okay, call me back when you're not live. So, sorry about that. So, before I went into the pizza restaurant, I was sitting in the car and I got this amazing download, and it took me to Italy. And I knew it was Italy because I've been to Italy before. I used to, growing up, lived in Europe and lived throughout Europe. So I know what it feels like to be energetically in that space. And I knew I was in Italy, and I was looking around and I seen a lot of different things, and I didn't dismiss it, but I just kind of put it as a when I get home, I'm going to write it on my notes for the prediction show when I'm ready to do the update on the prediction show and talk about the things that is to come. I've been saying I was going to do it in June, July, and now we're here in August. And I said, let me do it because many of you email me, you DM me, and you let me know when the predictions are happening that I've already kind of told you guys ahead of time. So as soon as I walked in to pick up our food, one of the gentlemen there, that's one of the owners, we always talk, and he said, hey, hey. And I said, yeah. He said, oh, I want to talk to you about something. He said, I've been looking for you guys. Where have y'all been? So we had this amazing conversation, and he was telling me how he was sick, that he went to Panda Express, ate something, and he believed that it had the lettuce in it, and that's what made him sick. And he was telling me how sick he was and nothing, and it was the worst thing in the world. And he was saying all kinds of things, and we were talking about that. And I didn't say to him, but I was thinking to myself, before I came in here, I got a download. Of course, people, not all people, but some people don't understand that thing when you say you got a download. You can kind of dress it up and say you had a dream, or you just had a feeling, but they don't really understand the download. So I just let them talk and really was present to listen. So we had that conversation. After that, I had to drop some things off at the post office to return something. I go in the post office. The lady that's in line behind me, guess what? She was Italian, and she was talking. She was speaking Italian. And then afterwards, she was speaking English, and she was talking about some things in Italy. So that's two. So I said, you know what? I'm going to toss it up to the universe. If I get another sign of anything dealing with Italy before I come home, I'm going to stop what I'm doing and I'm going to do the prediction show today. And I kind of laughed about it. So yeah, I went and I left and I ended up going uh, to going to the store. And on my way to the store, I get by the gas pump. I'm pulling in the parking lot. After I pull in the parking lot, lo and behold, there is a car in front of me. And it had a sticker huge on the back of the bumper. And you guessed it, it said Italy. So here we are. Here we are. That's why I'm here. And that's why I'm doing the prediction show. So do me a favor. I just want to welcome you all in. Y'all hit that like button. Let's run these likes up and share the live. Let's go ahead and ping the live out. Drop a pin and ping the live, to let people know that we are here and we are live. You may want to get a pen and a piece of paper or either come back and save the live because it may be some information for you to come back to. Now, I want to say this to all of you. This is my channel that I'm receiving. And one thing I want you to keep in mind throughout all the things that we're going to discuss and that we're going to talk about, absolutely none of it am I saying, or a lot of it I don't want to happen. A lot of it, it is my intention that it doesn't. But I'm going to give you my honest opinion about what's happening. But, the world, until the world evolves, there's certain things that I want to make clear. This is for higher entertainment purposes only, meaning you take what resonates with you and leave the rest, and we're just going to take this in a lighthearted way and really just kind of move accordingly. So, these are some things. It doesn't take the place of medical advice. I'm not giving you that because I'm not a doctor and I don't play one on the internet, right? I'm not your financial advisor. So I want you all to know that and all kinds of things. So I just want to put that out there because there are some changes that is coming to our world that's even greater than the changes that we have happening right now in this moment. Okay, so grab you a pen, a piece of paper, and if you have some water, get you some water as well. I want to welcome everyone on into the line. And do me a favor, if this is your very first time here, if you were invited and somebody pinged you in, okay, and told you to come on over and you came on over, I would love for you to be a part of the visionaries here. I call everyone, all of my subscribers, visionary. We're known as the Visionary Collective. And to become one, you just simply hit that subscribe button, and come on in and join us here in the Blue Room. And we would love to have you. And I want to tell you a little bit about me. For everyone who's new and for those who may not know, and this is for the seen and the unseen, because we got quite a few of the unseen that is tuning in as well. I am Ms.Blue, affectionately known as the Soulful Oracle, a name that was given to me many, many years ago from the Soul Tribe, right? I'm a visionary psychic medium, right? A Reiki master, a spiritual teacher, and a guide. And for more than 2 decades, I've been helping people move out of fear. And I just want to tell you, we're living in a time where that fear is about to get amped up. You see, and we've talked about the waters, and now they're trying to put the fear in the waters, right? Because this is what's trying to be controlled behind the scenes, and we'll get into that. But I want you to know that's what I am known for. And that is really a big part of my purpose and intention that I've dedicated a lot of my life to. 1, helping myself get out of fear, and 2, helping the collective move out of fear for them to strengthen their intuition and really, really have a deeper understanding of their energy and their power. helping them to expand into greater expressions of who they truly are. Who they truly are. My work is really about helping people come out of limitations, right? Because we have been indoctrinated into so many different systems from the time that we were born, from the time we took our first breath, right? Many of us helping people get out of that limitation and fear so that they can access their multisensory gifts. And you have multisensory gifts, and really to help you trust yourself more deeply, right? Because that's life changing. When you can trust yourself deeply and move into a life that feels fulfilling, that feels purposeful, that is joyful, and aligned with your own higher self. Your higher self, really, really aligned with your higher self. Now, today is Friday, August the 7th, and I want you to know we are still moving through the Milky Way galaxy, through the photon belt, and through the Lionsgate window. And the energy right now is so powerful, right? This is the time when a lot can rise to the surface. And I've been talking about it in my last live I did, and even the one up to that for the last couple of lives. So things are coming to the surface, and not to mention this month of August, very sensitive, right? So it's a sensitive time for us. We're going through a major reboot, recalibration. So everything, clarity, emotions, revelations, remembrance, and stronger awareness of what we're ready to expand. If you are actually ready to expand, I want you to type expand in the chat, because I want you to understand something before we go further. You do not chase the energy, right? You do not chase the energy. You want to become still enough. You have to become still enough, grounded enough, present enough to recognize what the energy is already showing you. So the energy is already showing you something. And I know you guys know this. We are in the Lionsgate portal. We're going to come to the zenith point of that energy on August the 8th. But right after that, on the 12th, it's going to flip. And we're going to be in eclipse season. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. Yeah, it's going to be an eclipse. Yeah, it's going to flip. That energy's it's going to flip. It's going to flip itself around. So I just want you all to know that. What we're going to be talking about right now, we're going to be talking about August and beyond, because I'm showing you guys what Source has channeled into me, what I'm seeing, what I'm feeling. Now, some of the predictions that have already begun to unfold, that's what some of them are. And some things I haven't shared with the public yet. So you guys will be the very first to hear this, the first times that it's coming out. And some of this may confirm what you have already been sensing, because I know if I'm picking it up, I know you guys are picking it up too. And that's why I love it when we come together to do these shows. And by the way, if you didn't hear the 2026 prediction, I want you to make yourself a note to go back and listen to that one after this one as well. Okay? I want you to know that some of this may challenge the way you are looking at what is happening around us. Some of this is going to be challenging for you, for some of us, not all of us, but some. And some of it may, simply plant a seed to things that will, as we progress and move on, it's going to make a little bit more sense. Right now, maybe not so much, okay? So what I want you to do is I want you to ground your frequency. I want you to listen with discernment, listen from your higher self. And by the way, shots out to more than 300, almost 400 of you who purchased, and it's still available, the higher self activation. This is definitely, and I love that you guys are sending me the breakthroughs, the manifestation, the healing, the transformation you are having while working with the higher self activation. So I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for that. And I thank you all for that. And if anyone is interested, the link is in the show notes as well. So I want you to ground your frequency, listen with your higher self discernment, and I want you to remember that awareness is power. And that's the purpose of me doing that. I want you to know when you're in fear, your energy is going to contract. You'll feel it. Higher self expands. But when you're not, it's going to pull you back. Okay? So let's get into it. Let's just let's get into it. I want to say welcome to everyone on here. Now listen. Here's what I want you all to do. If you're here and you're ready to receive this message, I want you to click that like button. If you're saying, Ms.Blue, I want you to click that like button. It's not going to cost you anything, but go ahead, hit that like button so you're letting me know that you are present. And I'm actually going to be pulling some questions from you guys, channeling from the audience. You don't even have to put the question in the chat. You don't have to say it. I want you to hold that question and I'm going to tap into that question. But let me see. Let me have you hit that like button. If you hear, we have 94 likes and more than 153 of you guys are here. And so that's a beautiful thing. And don't forget to share the live out as well. So let's get into it. The first thing I want to talk about is I want to talk about the month of August because immediately once I started getting into the energy of August, and by the way, happy Leo season. And so congratulations to all the Leos in the building. The Leos is doing some big things, big things. We are seeing some things from Leos we haven't seen in more than 3 or 4 decades from the Leos. The Leos are leading in a completely different way and shining their lights. And so we can take notes from all the sun sign Leos out there because all of us have Leos in our chart. And so I want to acknowledge the Leos. But I want to talk about the month of August, right? This energy that August hold. And here are some of the themes that came up for the month of August. Number 1, August, this is the energy of master builders in August. And I want you to drop in chat if there is something that you were feeling, probably started feeling in July and that wave started coming in all the way towards August. And you sort of had that download, that spark, that insight, and you just wanted to start building something because this is the energy of the master builder. It comes through with August, in this August energy. And so if you felt that and you're in that energy right now where you want to build, now, quite honestly, for many of us, it is a rebuilding time for many of us. It's master builder energy, right? But it is rebuilding energy. And so many of us are looking at things in our lives. It could be our relationships. It could be the work that we're doing. It could be friendships. It could be soul groups. And we are looking at where do we need to rebuild. For some of us, it's even us looking at our physical bodies. It made me think about the Bionic Man. Y'all remember the Bionic Man, the $1 Million Man, where they rebuilt him? It's some in the collective right now that is rebuilding themselves. They are becoming master builders. A lot of people have had surgeries in the last 18 months, right? Because that's the window of where we are from last August. And they have had surgeries and had different things to go on, and they are rebuilding themselves from here. Some of you have made promises to yourself going way back to 2007, 2005. I know I certainly have, and I am rebuilding. I see some things rebuilding, things like writing that book you said you were going to do, starting that LLC you said you were going to do, starting that class that you were going to do, going back to school, re educating yourself, rebuilding. Some of you move from one city to another, one state to another, one continent to another. We are rebuilding. Okay, you had surgery today. All right, well, congratulations. You are in the perfect energy for rebuilding because this month of August carries a rebuilding energy. Here's a note I want you to put down for the rebuilding. Step by step. Step by step. It's important that you understand this, that it's almost like we are going through the step pyramid and we are taking step by step. It's a reason they called it the step pyramid because you're not flying up there. You're taking it step by step. Now, here's another channel that came through with this vibration for August for us right now, and that is majestic. And I want you to write this in the chat, majestic. So if you entered into August, because we're on day 7 right now, and you started to feel like the magic in you was waking up, that magic for the love of yourself, that magic to create, that magic of wanting to really be of service, that magic of finding your joy, whatever that is, that magic of wanting to heal, any of those things, then you're in this energy of August, right? We're in this energy of August. So this majestic energy. Now, hmm, hmm, hmm. So it takes me to this. And for those of you who will be at the 8-8 Lionsgate activation, I'll go a little deeper into this. Now, we know that some months now we have entered into what some are calling the golden age. And we're sort of crossing that bridge of, we have left the Piscean era and we are going into and towards the age of Aquarius. And so we have more of that unicorn energy coming up. And the unicorn energy really speaks to sovereignty. It really speaks to entrepreneurship. It really speaks to creator energy, invention energy. There's a term in business when a business is said to be a unicorn business. This is a business that just started and it becomes this multi-million-dollar or billion-dollar company. And often most of these unicorn businesses are run by one single person. I don't know if y'all knew that, but one single person, like it was one person who had this. Of course, we know they are not doing it alone. Behind everyone, there is a team, but understand that this idea gave birth to this one single person, and this becomes the unicorn, right? So I want you all to hold that thought there because we're going to talk about that unicorn energy. So here are some of the things that I think is very, very important for unlocking this energy that's in the month of August. And I have started this myself. And so I'm going to give you guys this. Every single day, set aside some time. I would say if you can do 30 minutes, that's beautiful. But if you can't do 30 minutes, take some minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever minute, and set aside time for meditation. Set aside time for mindfulness. Set aside time to sit in silence. And the reason for this is because there is so many DNA activations that are taking place this particular month. and there are physical, spiritual DNA coming online and physical DNAs that's coming online. And you need to really regulate that and be grounded within you. And during this time of meditation, just to be able to sit in your own energy. So you know what that feels like. It's going to help you ground more. It's going to help bring the clarity in. Your body right now is taking time to catch up. There is something else that's been activated. And again, I'll talk about this in the 8-8 activation. I'll go deeper. Here, I'm going to touch on it. And that is everyone is in search of what I call the Holy Grail. That's what's happening to all of us. We have all been put on the quest of searching for the Holy Grail. But the Holy Grail is not something that lives outside of you. That Holy Grail is something that you must activate from within. Meditation, mindfulness is going to really help you harness your own energy so that you have the strength to keep going for your Holy Grail. Someone type Holy Grail uh, in the chat, because this is the time here. I'm going to give us out some what I call blue blast days. These are highly activated days. We've already gone through some, but I have so many more gorgeous goodness days of this month of August to tell you what you can use these days for and why they're going to be powerful for you. So, yeah, I want you to know that. Now, there is a warning that I want to put out for the month of August, and that is to watch your mouth. Watch your mouth during the month of August, because this is also the month that we will see lots of leaders take a fall. We will see lots of leaders be criticized. This is the month that the crown comes off. You know, I was going through, what is it called? Euroweb, that does a lot of cultural news. And they were talking about, I think it's Miss North Carolina, that she got caught saying the N word. And they went back and took her crown and gave it to the runner up, who was a beautiful sister, who was the runner up. So we're going to see a lot more of this, especially after we move through the Lion's Gate. It's going to intensify, where you're going to see the fall of a lot of things. There was a situation where there was a situation where there was a pastor. Also, he worked in, I want to say, I'm not sure if it's the Catholic Church or somewhere, where he was actually found doing some things to a child and was arrested. So it's not just watch your mouth. I want you to understand this month of August is a month of karma. And I said this before, but this is the month of karma, right? And karma isn't bad and karma isn't good. It is what it is. But it's also karma from past lives. It's also karma from the mouth. It's also karma from your actions. It's also karma from your own energy. So this is one of those months where you don't want to speak against yourself. You definitely don't want to speak against yourself. You don't want to speak against others. You don't want to speak against others about something that you wouldn't say in front of their face. And so I want you to all understand that. You know, I learned a long time ago, and I won't go into the details, that everything is being recorded. And so if there is something you want to say it, but make sure you're saying it and you can repeat it because everything is karmic. This 8 is karmic. And I want you to know 8 does stand for the infinity sign, but 8 is also the handcuffs. So this is not the month to break the law because it will come back to you very quickly. Very quickly. You don't want to cross that line. So you want to make sure that you understand all of this energy that is putting out. So that's my only caution there. Now we're going to get into some things because we got a lot of things to get in. And again, this is the month of August here. It is the month where we will connect with our Holy Grail. I want to talk about something. Y'all remind me because I don't want to forget. Just say Pocahontas to me. And just remind me, don't let me get out of here without us talking about Pocahontas. Okay? Because I got some things to tell you guys about Pocahontas. This is also a great month for you to begin to look into the future, your future, your dreams. This is a month of planning. This is a month of moving forward towards your dreams and towards your desires. This is a big, big, big thing. Big thing, big thing. Now, before I start getting into some of the dates, I want to talk about the weather. I'm not going to go into the full list of the predictions, but you guys, I want you to go back and I want you to check out the 2026. I want you to check out the 2026 prediction show. The 2026 prediction show. The 2026 prediction show that I did at the end of last year. It's on this channel. I want you to go back, but I want to talk about this weather. And because there is some weather that is coming for us this week and some pretty heavy things, and I want to talk about it. There is a great releasal that is happening, and we have known that. 2025 was the release, and we know that we are going into a heavier rotation of release that is happening right now. Emotional release. There is a cleansing that is happening. Remember, the planet Earth, Gaia, if you call it, Geb, whatever you want to call Earth, Mother Earth, Gaia, Geb, whatever, is no more conscious than the souls that are on the planet. And so the same evolution we are going through, the same transformation we are going through, Earth is going through that as well. And so the weather itself, we are very much connected to it. And that is through our feelings and our emotions. But they are more of the unseen feelings and the unseen emotions. Think about that for a minute. And so if you want to know what is really moving the weather pattern more than anything, it is the releasal that all of us are doing on this planet at this particular time. And that is shifting the atmosphere of where we are. So I want to talk about that. So we are in the year of fire, according to Chinese astrology. And they have done a good job of documenting this for eons. There's many systems that can do it, but theirs, I find, it's kind of an easy way of getting in. So we're in a fire year again. But remember, I told you all at the beginning of the year, we're in a fire year, but also water is going to be the dominant element. And so we are moving more into this time of water. And one of the things I want to tell you, we've already seen lots of tragedies happen, but I just want to say to everyone, please be careful around water. Not just oceans, not just seas, not just lakes. I'm talking about swimming pools. I'm talking about bathtubs. I'm talking about saunas. I'm talking about driving in very heavy downpour rains of water. In Texas, we have this saying that if you cannot see the ground, turn around. Like, don't pass a road. I don't care how many times you've been on that road. If you cannot see the road, do not drive in the water. And so we have some of that weather coming again, and it's going to hit a lot of different places as early as tomorrow. And if you're in the area up there near Missouri, Wisconsin, you're going to get a lot of wind is coming in. So the wind is coming in, the wind is swirling, the wind is coming in. Don't take these things for granted. Don't take them for granted, because I don't think they're telling you what I see. And that was another reason I said, let me come on. So I tell you this to be aware and just be mindful, because it is some strong winds. If you're in Maine and, up that corridor going in that area where there's going to be a lot of wind. And then immediately after the wind, you're going to get hit by rain. And so a lot of you guys in Europe right now is dry. Remember, I told you guys things are going to flip. They're going to flip. And so it's going to go from very, very dry to flash floods, hail, these kinds of things that are coming, the wind and all of these things that are coming up, so be mindful, be careful about that. I see situations where there's people being rescued, and so that goes from Texas, and I could go through some other states, which I will, but I want to get that out, especially if you're in Wisconsin, Pittsburgh, Chicago, even some things with New Zealand, came up, and we'll talk about that. We'll talk about it. I don't want to go through too much of that. I don't want to make it too long, but we have some things that's going on. I want to talk about some of these things, and I'm going to kind of be all over the place, you guys. I don't really have an order because this isn't my full list of the things for the rest of the year, but I tried to get the things that were in close proximity that is happening. Driving through a thunderstorm right now came out of nowhere. I'm telling you, it's going to drop out of nowhere. That's what it's going to seem. Boom. It's just going to come. It's just going to come. So be aware, be mindful. Even New York, New Jersey, DC, Virginia, Maine, that whole area as well too. I want you all to know, in that whole region, just keep your eye on the weather, and be mindful of it, because it can change drastically, like in a matter of seconds. All right. I want to talk about some other things that is coming up. Now, this one here, I want to put this out. I'm going to use my words carefully, because we know here on this platform you have to do that. But here's one of the things that I've been, talking about and saying for quite a while. And those things that I've been talking about and saying for quite a while has a lot to do with some of the things that's come out. And in my prediction show, the original one, I talked about how we will eat the less amount of food we've ever eaten in our entire life in the year 2026. And I think many of us is experiencing that, this right now. If you go back and you look um, at at the start of the year and you look at your eating habits, you probably will see a drastic change, right? For many different reasons. So I want to talk about that because of the virus and the parasite that happen is happening. And interesting enough, it is not something that is isolated to just America. When I was talking to the gentleman that owns the pizza parlor, he explained to me that he has family in Italy and he was talking to his mother and father, and they are experiencing some of the same things. So we know that there is something deeper. Now, I did a show. How many of you watched that show where I had a prediction about Venezuela that I did? I think I did that show last year. And I talked about that this war that is coming up and even the rumors of war going forward would be all about the waters. And so everybody was like, no, you don't know what you're talking about, Ms. Blue. This is about oil. No, this is about the waters. And so now we see even the data centers, all of these things about things that has to do with the water. And then recently finding out that there may have been some sort of espionage that went on that contaminated some of our drinking water in America. We're seeing that. We're seeing all of these things, but it's no different if we go back some years when everything was happening in Detroit about the waters. I did a show way back then when all of that was happening in Detroit and they couldn't even drink the water and babies and everybody was, they couldn't even bathe in the water. Did we forget what happened with the waters then? Now, imagine that on a larger scale that we are talking about the waters. And some people would say we don't drink the water in the ocean, in the sea, but you forget that water is all water is connected. All water is connected. And so, they're putting data centers in underneath the water. First of all, I know in Asia, parts of Asia, Japan, I think it was, or China is putting their data centers down in the water. But I want you to know that most of your internet is underground. It's in the waters. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that it's in the water? It's down in the ocean? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that that's where it is? So, water, still going to be dominant. It's still going to be who controls the ports, who controls the waters, the flow of waters, whether that's drinking water, whether that's bathing waters, whether that's any kind of water. This is where everything is moving towards the waters. So, I say all of that to say what has come up is Colombia. I want you to think about Venezuela. What happened? And I want you to see places like Egypt, right? Colombia. These are some hot spots that are coming up. I want you to hold that thought. I really hope I'm wrong about that vision, but I knew exactly where I was and I knew exactly what was going on. And it's going to seemingly come out of nowhere. Okay? But I want you to understand that water, the waters, who controls the waters, the ports of the waters and the waters. Seen some things happening in Africa because we know how the continents are set up, where their borders are, and the waters. Hold that thought. I'm going to come back, but this is what I want to tell you. When it comes to our time, that's going to be a critical element, the waters. But I also see some inventions that come up to purify water. Now, I know we have some because there was a brother And I think I interviewed him way, many moons ago. Matter of fact, I think I even have a container that was sent to me, and I want to say Dr. Arlene Bay sent it to me from him. I think the brother's name is Unk something. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he came up with this invention, and I think back then people were thinking he was like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs of how you could purify any kind of water. Doesn't matter where you're at. He could. Do y'all remember who was there with me when we were living all of this? Where you could just take some water, and I know we have other apparatuses now, but there is going to be another device that gets invented because August is another month where there is so many inventions. And I'm saying that to you all. So if you have this idea that sort of drops in your spirit, in your consciousness, I don't want you to take it for granted. I don't want you to take it for granted. I want you to really write it down and really explore and really take that to heart, because you could be sitting on the next needed invention for humanity. And I see that there will be a lot of these inventions that will come up for children under the age of 13 and under. They're going to be coming up with cures. They're going to be coming up with inventions as well as adults. That's his name. I think it's Hank Rising Sun. Yes. Okay, you guys remember. Okay, so there you go. So, yes, thank you for that, Jennifer. You guys listen when you get that hit code. Y'all know I'm getting ready to get that hit code. And that's what it is. It's a hit code of your higher self coming down. So listen. But here's what's next. Stay with me, because we got some elements that are happening. Of course, the elements are always in motion, but some heavy elements as we continue to move through 2026. It's going to be air, it's going to be fire, and it's going to be water. Air, fire, and water. Dominant elements. Serious Glitch said, I'm coming up with an invention right now. That's what I'm talking about. Please don't sleep on it. Please don't sleep on it. Many of you have the seeds inside of you, and these things are being activated. We are well into the Renaissance moment. We are also inside of the Medici effect, okay? And the Medici effect is happening. If you don't know what this is, I taught it way back in the day in Self-Invested, but you can Google it, you can get the book, you can read it. The Medici effect is where these things that don't look like they go together, they come together and they create something new. They create something different. Remember, you are the sun, so there is nothing new under the sun. We are children of the sun. That's what it means when they say there is nothing new under the sun, because you are the sun. So there's nothing new under you. Okay, but I want to talk about this. We are living in a time. You remember that, Priestess Andrea? Yeah, we did a whole class with the Medici effect because we're really in that. So we're living in a time, and I seen this. I remember the morning I woke up. I remember the morning I actually woke up, and the sun was coming through my blinds, and I still had my eyes closed, and I could see these. I could see these things moving around, and it was like they were moving around outside of Earth's atmosphere, and they were like kind of gathering themselves up together. And I kept trying to get closer and closer closer inside of a vision. I don't know if you've ever experienced that when you're lucid dreaming and you're trying to just go deep. You're trying to get closer and closer. It's like you are awake, but you're trying to get closer and closer. If you hear somebody calling your name, if you're walking down the street and you see something, or if you're standing outside of a building, or if something's on the table, you're trying to move yourself closer. And I was taking my consciousness and moving closer and closer and closer and closer and closer. And I couldn't see what they were doing, but they were multiplying. And then I just seen them sort of, they was like, like a disperse. Have you ever walked outside in the summertime and maybe you're walking through your neighborhood or you're in the park? It used to happen in the park and you see a whole like spiral of nets and they all are like all clumped together and then they disperse and they start going all over the place. I don't know if anyone's ever seen that, but that's kind of what I saw. That's what I seen. I seen like this. And I'm going to tell you the download I received immediately after because I wrote it down is that we are entering the time of plagues. And I want you to understand what I mean. From now going forward, it's going to be viruses. It's going to be parasites. It's going to be plagues. It's going to be some ancient plagues that get reactivated again. Stay with me. I'll explain the channel. Things like leprosy, tuberculosis, measles. Some of these things that we haven't really heard about, we read about, especially most of us in our generation, like my mother's generation, like they lived through some of the height of this. We really haven't lived through the height of this. And so we need to protect our immune system. Stay with me because I'm going to talk about what kind of preventive care we can integrate into our practices to really support us during this time. And bacterias, different funguses. These are the things. Now, keep in mind when we start talking about this, remember I told you the three powerful elements. It's going to be air, it's going to be fire, and it's going to be water, right? So there is going to be times that we have airborne pathogens. So these are things that are happening in the air. They're floating through the air. So these are things that come out and they're going to come through the air, right? So that's another thing. The other thing is they're going to travel. Your daughter had whooping cough. That's another one. That's another. These things are going to come back. These are things that are traveling through the waters. Through the waters. Okay? So stay with me. So we're entering into this time. Now, I came across a very interesting article, and I think it was the first time I heard this, although I'm not surprised, where they were talking about by the time we get to the year 20, I don't know, some crazy ass year, 2080 something, it's going to be 10 million people on planet Earth, and we need to halfen that so that we can survive. Right. And, there's an agenda for this to be happening. Stay with me. Because if we go back and we look at history, and I'm not talking about a one-sided documented history. I'm talking about a cultural history. I'm talking about an oracle history that was passed down from mouth to ear. Not from the conscious ego mind that was drenched in fear. We know that there has always been a cleansing time on the planet. And if we follow that timeline or study that timeline and we look at the timeline of civilization, not just in our continent of where we are, but what were people doing around the world? This was a lesson I learned a very, very long time ago from Brother Ogun. And he said, study the people, not history, because history is going to solidify what was happening and what wasn't really happening. And if you see how the people were moving on the planet in all cultures, you're going to recognize what was happening collectively, not isolated, not one person's story, not one person's perspective, but what was happening collectively. And so collectively, we know that there is a cycle and Earth is in the cycle band. And it'll be many, 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 many eons and generations, according to me, right? Before we get out of these cycles, because this is a part of the experience. And we know every so often a plague comes. There's a plague coming. Not a repeated plague, a new one. And so the good news, okay, because I know that sounds a little, the good news is that our medicine on the planet is advancing. There will be more cures for cancer and dis-ease within the body, things that limit us, for things to support our organs and things that we could not do before. And we're going to move more into frequency medicine. Aha Halo, and shouts out to Aha Halo and everyone who has Aha Halo, because this is a part of that frequency medicine. Shouts out to all of my healers in the building that work in the space of healing. I work in the space of energy medicine, which will work in unison with the medicines that will come on the planet and those that we have yet to discover for our time. This point of where we are, the med beds that the founder of Midjourney is building this fantastic spa in San Francisco. I think it's supposed to launch 2027, end of 2026 or 2027. It's supposed to launch during that time, and he will have what many have experienced. I know I have experienced a med bed when I was taken by our celestial ancestors, and things were healed that in this reality say cannot be healed. When I was first coming into consciousness, if you know, you know, and they put me on that table and they healed me. And my body has been healed since, right? And I know many of you have experienced that kind of healing. Well, that technology has now since been passed down and channeled into this dimension. And so the young gentleman, because he's still kind of young, that founded Midjourney, the AI Midjourney, he has invented something that's already active now that will do what I do and many others do, where I can do a body scan and I can look at your organs, look at your energy, and I can see where there's stagnant energy. I can see where there's high frequency, and have done for many, many years to tell you what's happening inside of your body, and even move your energy, even move the energy out of your body, out of your mind, if that is where it is, or out of any part of your body. I do it with myself, and I have done it with many others, some of you who are here right now. Well, he has this that is coming up, which that was a hot spot that I seen, and I believe it's in I think it's in San Francisco or San Diego. I think it's San Francisco. Can't remember. But that spot is coming up. But he chose to put it not in the medical facility, but in a spa. And I want you to stay tuned because you're going to know what is happening, what is going on, what's going on the planet by watching the movies. And you're going to see that there's going to be attacks that happen within spas, because there's an agenda that runs deep within the lines of planet Earth for fear. And what's going to happen, many of you who are getting things done or maybe have to get things done, you will soon go get your healing, go get your surgery, go get things done at a spa. It won't be called a hospital anymore. Because if you look at host, it's almost the same vibration as you come into hostage. You have that same hospital, right? So there's a lot of changes on the horizon, and you will be able to see these things, and they're going to play out in our movies. There are some very interesting movies that are out right now, and that is coming out right now, that is happening right now. Someone said, need the energy right now, moved out. I need that energy moved out of my upper right shoulder is bad. Upper right shoulder. Is it here or towards your back? Just curious, because I picked up something real quick, but we may have to talk about it. So what you're going to see is there's going to be a lot of legislation, not just around AI, but around healing and around what we call alternative or holistic health, right? Because that is where a lot of things are moving. Not that the other health is going to go away. I think it's going to have to match the dominant frequency on the planet. And so eventually our hospitals will begin to, and they're already doing this, starting to look more like spas, right? And it's going to be hard to tell the difference from going to the spa to going to the hospital. You're going to see how these two will start to mirror themselves. Okay, so I wanted to talk about that. We talked about inventions, and I told you guys to remind me about Pocahontas. I got to talk about that. Okay, let's talk about this. So I don't really study or follow the markets. Maybe I should, right? Because sometimes my insight be spot damn on. But I'm just going to tell you guys this. I had a vision of this man and woman carrying this bag. And they were walking down the street carrying this bag. And then they dropped the bag and it spilled out. And it was all of these coins. Coins were running down the street. It was like filling up the whole street, the sidewalk. It was covering my feet, my legs. Now, keep in mind, their bags were kind of small. But when they dropped them, it was like it just expanded. And then I remember people started running out of their houses, pulling their cars over because they couldn't drive their cars anymore because the coins were just taking over the streets. They was taking over the sidewalk. It was almost like I thought it was going to, cover me because I could look down. I couldn't see my feet anymore. The coins were there. And when I looked down, I seen all of these coins. They were gold coins, silver coins, copper coins. And they were like big coins. I should have brought my Indian coin I have in here. I have a huge Indian coin like this. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about, these coins. And it just kept growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. And people was just running. I mean, they were running and they was just it's like the more they were picking up, the more that, people were holding their shirts up and they was just throwing. And I was just looking around like, what's going on? What's happening? And so I'm gonna tell you what I translated that to. This is a great time if that is something you're in. Of course, I'm not your financial advisor, to invest in copper, silver, and gold. I don't think it's going to be a quick payoff. I think it's going to be something maybe 15, 20 years from now, maybe less. You're going to be glad that you did, that you just went and you dropped a little something, something on those trails with those coins, right? With those type of, well, I'm saying coins, but I guess it's the metals, right? The copper, because some of them look like copper, and definitely I could see the gold. I'm a gold girl. I love gold. And silver. You could definitely tell the distinction of it. And the sun was shining. So whenever I have these downloads that Spirit is giving me, and it's different elements that come out that really show me what is actually happening. So I would tell you to, you might want to look into that, if that is your thing, so that's going to be a really good thing. All right, let's keep going. I'm going to get to the dates. Now here's something else I seen. A pipe bursting. A huge pipe bursting. Now, but what was interesting, I couldn't determine if it was in America or if it was in Canada. I couldn't. Oh, gold just had a major bull run, which means increase 2 days ago. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah. I also want to remind you guys, these are some of the predictions I got at the beginning of the year. Yeah, I know. I should have been came on and gave all this out. So listen, but I seen this pipe bursting, and it was kind of weird how it just burst, but I couldn't really get a feel, but something happening with a major pipe bursting. I just can't tell you exactly where that is going to occur. Unfortunately, I do see more fires, and even in Canada, I know more fires. I remember a few years ago, this is still remix days, where I got this major download with trees. And I went and donated something like 1,000 trees in the name of Planet Remix. You guys remember that? And shortly after that is when the fires happened, that even trickled down to New York and other places. They were still getting some of the air and the smog from that. But I do see something with a major pipe bursting. The other thing that I see, I want to talk about this because this is going to go back to my predictions that I did in 2025 for this year. Had a lot to do with the ship, and something about a ship going down, something causing the ship to go down. Some more things, explosions, a ship. I seen that prior to Venezuela and that whole incident. So, take that with a grain of salt to be there, because that's, Yeah, that's not a good vision, but I seen it. I want to talk about transportation because I talked about it in the earlier version. And I two things. I talked about blackouts. We've already had some blackouts. Major ones are coming, okay? So blackouts are happening and they have been happening all of 2026. These are some things in the prediction, but we're getting ready to get into the thick of some of the power outages. And as far as planes, now, I know some of you wanted me to know what's a good day to fly, what's not a good day to fly. I'm not going to go into that on this show, but what I will tell you is I do see there's going to be a major disruption in flights. In flights. A lot of the grounding, excuse me, has to do with the ley lines on the planet. Now, the ley lines on the planet, that frequency is changing. So, do y'all remember some years ago when we would have those pole shift moments and they would ground the planes, right? Well, what's happening? We are having what I like to call dropout moments in our Milky Way galaxy where there is not a um magnetic pulse because we have changed where we are within the Milky Way galaxy, right? With our order of precession. For years and years I've told you guys, you know how we were taught in elementary school where the planets are lined up? I don't think we're there anymore. I think that position has changed. We have moved. We're no longer local. We're no longer in the same position. And as that happens, there's places in the sky where there's no magnetic pulse. And that's what also keeps gravity that allows things to go up and allows things to come down. And so we're going to have blackout moments where technology is not going to work for our airplanes and they're going to have to be grounded. Because when those blackout moments happen, when the pulse drops, right, out of our atmosphere, they cannot, there's nothing, the planes cannot fly through that. I don't know if I can make that make sense. When the pulse drops, like there's a charge there, it's like a magnet, right? And when you get so high, that magnet helps you to stay where you are. But if there's no magnet there, then electricity, current, is not coming through there. There's no current. It's no current. It's no frequencies that's moving through that point of space. Personally, I feel because it opens up a portal. And as these I know for some of y'all this might be too far out there, but it opens up this portal. And when that hole in that portal opens, the frequency shifts from us. It's sort of like a release. You know, it's like opening a door. It's no longer nothing there that is filtering it between that space. And we're going to have a lot of those moments, but it's not just going to be planes. It's going to be things that run off of that frequency. So we're talking trains, we're talking electric cars. I see a major recall. We're talking cell phones. I seen a major recall coming for Samsung. I don't know what Samsung got going on, but I feel like there's going to be a major recall. And what I could see, it seemed like Samsung. It does. So, um, I want you all to just think about that. Just take it all with a grain of salt, but that's what I see. And I also see planes that explode, explode. Um, and a helicopter situation that almost is going to feel a little deja vu. Like, didn't this happen exactly like this before? Like, there's going to be people around the world saying, is this the Medici effect? Because didn't this already happen? I feel like we're going to get that kind of things, like things are going to be playing out, and it's almost going to be a little eerie how we've seen it before. Like we've seen this before, as well as planes going missing. For years I've talked about there's more Bermuda triangles that have that kind of frequency that has open. You understand? So I want you, huh. Well, I've been talking about us moving through the Milky Way galaxy for years. So it's good to know others are talking about it too, and they're picking up on that because I've seen that for years. I talked about it even before they discovered. I used to go to the other side of the Milky Way galaxy, and I would see all the planets over there. I remember, and that's why I won't change my Twitter or X profile, because I say the other side of the Milky Way, because I used to go over there. It's all kinds of planets. We're going to get some new discoveries of planets that's going to happen, and that we're going to come upon. And I think eventually we will get the announcement from quote unquote NASA that will tell us we are no longer in the spot where we used to be. Because right now they're, everybody, science doesn't supersede consciousness and awareness. Like there is going to come a time where children and grandchildren, great great grandchildren will be taught about the Lionsgate portal. They will be taught about it. See, right now it's not recognized. It's not on your calendar. It's not recognized by, science. It's not recognized by anything. But here's a fun fact. The Milky Way galaxy was something, not the Milky Way, the Lionsgate portal was something our ancestors in ancient Egypt always knew to be true, not because science verified it. I want you all to remember that science is an afterthought to consciousness and awareness. It is an afterthought. And so if you're waiting only on science, there have been things that we have figured out long before that science is just now being able to verify. And so I'm not saying science is not important. What I'm telling you, never in the history of humanity has science come first. That is some new world-ish. Okay. Our ancestors didn't have our technology outside of themselves. So listen at me. Their technology was inside. But as humanity continued to evolve, they started turning it into 3D things in this world. They didn't have telescopes. They wasn't flying on airplanes. They wasn't doing any of that. They were using the technology inside of them through their intuition and their multisensory abilities, and they were gathering knowledge and wisdom that is the foundation of what this world is still operating and living by to this day, based on their inner technology. Now, they invented some things externally, But for the most part, that internal technology is what they were basing it off of. How they knew when the star Sirius and how they built the pyramids. And, there's all kinds of stories that they had help and the aliens came down. Well, the aliens are our ancestors. And I just think that when we start to realize that we are universal citizens, and shouts out to all my universal citizens here, because that's the award I gave out several years ago. We are galactic universal citizens. And that is what 8-8 is all about. It is the new year for galactic citizens, galactic universal citizens. That means that all of existence is recognizing 8-8 as a new year. And that changes everything. So, something our ancestors understood internally as humanity began to go through its evolution, its fall, its rise, we begin to forget and not remember. So when the remembrance came out, the first thing we did was put it into matter. And we lost the consciousness of the self. We lost the consciousness of the higher self. As we are continuously moving through this energy, those of us who have expanded our consciousness and awareness, and we have wakened up to a higher understanding of ourselves, that is the remembrance, is that the power, the technology is within. Is within. You understand? The technology is within. And this is why so many of us, we put that resistance to moving forward with all of this technology. I say don't be afraid of it. Understand consciousness lives within it too, because everything has a consciousness. But never forget, its consciousness is not greater than yours, but yours must be activated. And if you're not signed up for the workshop on Saturday, run, do not walk, and sign up, because seats are limited. You're going to want to be standing at the door way before it opens. Okay? I'm just telling you, don't say Ms.Blue didn't tell you. I didn't put you on to it. And I'll talk a little bit about this there, but this is the time that our DNA is highly activated, because there is a universal global remembrance that all of existence that move even before time and space and even after is all in agreement that we will rise. And it's called the Lionsgate portal. The star Sirius is already in the sky, baby. The star Sirius is already shining its light of remembrance. The seven sisters is already dropping its consciousness in its light within those souls who are being called forward, because the old world is still ushering itself out. The old leaders who led from a place of ego and self-servitude, these leaders are either falling from grace or they are bowing out gracefully. Right? Now, even though the Lionsgate portal is tomorrow, the energy doesn't stop. That's the height, because we've been in this Lionsgate energy since the 24th, 26th, 28th of the month, of last month. And it will continue for the next 8 years. So it's important that you make a note to self about what is happening in your life. It is time for us to return home to ourselves. And we're going to see that. Now, I want to talk about the banks really quick because there's going to be, and look forward to seeing this very soon, where the banks are going to issue a statement of new terms and agreements. Within the next 4 to 5 years, everyone listening to this is going to be a millionaire. Think about that. Everyone listening to this is going to be a millionaire. But being a millionaire is almost going to be like someone getting their first good job. It's a thing of the past. Everyone here is going to be able to say, I am a millionaire. I am a multi-millionaire. But it's not going to mean the same. It's just like I remember my uncle telling me that he bought his 5-bedroom house for $25,000. Mm-hmm. 5-bedroom, 3-bath, quarter acre of land, brick building. But back then, $23,000 was almost like $1 million right now. So I want you to understand that money doesn't mean the same anymore. It doesn't. So when Elon Musk made the statement, in about 10 years, there's not going to be money anymore. Well, the gag is, there's not money anymore now. I find it to be very interesting. In 2025, I started having all of these dreams about Japan. And I had a past life in Japan. So it was quite exciting to me. But I seen the people in Japan and I said, I don't think this is a past life. This is something new coming up for Japan. What is it? So I'm having all of these dreams of being in Japan and with the people in the streets and dancing and celebration and going all to these different places. And we walked inside this building. And when I walked inside this building, there were these men sitting at the table, and they were dressed almost like men in black. And they were speaking their native tongue, so I really couldn't understand. And they were signing these papers. And I said, what are they doing? And then all of a sudden, the gentleman at the table had this picture, and it had the Japanese flag on it, and it had all of this stuff on this paper, and he drew a circle with a plus sign, and they all jumped up. And I said, what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? And then suddenly, this lady came in and she had drinks for everybody, like tea, coffee, and she was waving the American flag. And I said, what happened? I'm thinking about what I learned in history about Japan and, what happened and the whole lot of separation, what was going on in the war and the bombing and what was happening, what was going on in Japan. And I remember waking up and writing everything down, went back into the dream again. This time I seen people in their house and they were going to the store. And it showed how they once were sad, frowning, upset, crying even, to smiling and happy. There were long lines of people waiting to get into like the market to get food, to get fresh food. And I wondered, what is happening? Immediately, about a week later, I cut on the TV. I have a television that I'm not signed into because I like it to organically come through. And when I was looking at the television, I seen where somebody was talking about Japan was losing money or something was happening with the yen and all kinds of stuff was going on. And I thought, is Japan getting ready to take a fall? And suddenly, like magic, it's almost like, what's that TV show? You know how when Raven Simone used to have her TV show and she would go zoop and she could see into the future? I went zoop and I seen what was happening is that there was this man, you know, the Brinks truck, and they were taking all of this money. They had bitcoins. They was taking money. They was taking bitcoins, and they was putting all this money in the truck. They was putting all this money in the truck, but it wasn't American money. It was yen. And they had trucks and 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 trucks. And they were had the Japanese flags on it, and they were leaving America, going back to Japan. The banks are getting ready to come up with the new terms of agreement. And I know right now we have the what is it called? FDIC. I used to work in a bank, so I understand about this. And there was a sign up there that said that they no longer exchanged foreign currency. And there is going to be banks that stop doing foreign exchanges to select countries. Because quiet as it's kept, Japan is what's backing what we call the dollar. Now, remember when I did that thing and I said it's time to come home? It's because I was invited to a council meeting and there were people from all around the world. And everybody said, it's time for us to come home to ourselves. And that's why I did that. I did it initially on YouTube, then I did it on TikTok, and I did it again. And I said, it's time for us to return home to ourselves. I even taught a class in it a year or two ago for us to come home to ourselves. Well, imagine if you called everything back to you that belonged to you. But these were people from other countries. If they called all of their stuff back home to themselves, that part, I just want us to sit with that. Those who get it. You get it. We're gonna move on. We got more stuff to cover, and I'm being a little long-winded, so we're gonna keep going. So some of the other things that I see, and this is towards the end of August. Protests, major protests. I see major job layoffs. Let's talk about it. Because that's not fun. That's not fun. That's not fun. It's not fun. It's not fun when people are getting laid off. But one of the things I want to tell you, if you've been in self-invested, then you remember when I taught the money magic class. We did a section on money magic. And I told everyone you need a couple of accounts. You need an account where your main money is. That's like your, that's where your big money go. You need an account for that. You also need to keep money in your sacred space. You need to keep you some cash, some money, excuse me, on hand. You need to keep you some cash in case something happens, in case the ATMs go down, in case the ATMs run out of money and you can't get money, in case the banks shut down for a day or two and you need some cash. You need to get you some cash. That's two. I also told you guys you need to set up an account. I call it your shits and giggles accounts. Y'all remember that? See, that's the account when you want to buy something online. Use that account. That's the account when you want to go through, you want to go through a drive-through and you want to get something. You use that. When you want to go to that little restaurant, up in there, you give them that account. Because if something happens to that account, that's only money you transferring into that account. That ain't holding the bulk of your money. That's not holding your. So you're going to need to do that because there are major job layoffs. And I've seen them coming for a couple of places. Now, that's not for everybody. Some of you will be getting hired, but some of you, and interesting enough, UPS, Amazon, these are just the places I've seen. Samsung and some major tech companies are going to be doing major, I'm talking about major layoffs as we move further into this year. That is going to be an activation for a lot of these souls. It is. But I say that to say, put you a little something to the side, okay? I know that can be hard to do in times like this, but stack your papers. Put you a little something aside, just in case something goes down. It may not be you. Let's hope Ms.Blue wrong about all this. I'm just telling y'all what I see. Stack some paper to the side. I told you in one of my recent shows that there's quite a few million people right here in the U.S. that just stop paying their bills. They just said, get somebody else. I'm not paying you. Okay? It's my sister. Let me tell her. All right, that was my sister. Sorry. So I say all of that to say, stack you some paper. Put it aside. Just be mindful of that because there are some things coming. A couple of years ago, I made a prediction that everybody being born would be an entrepreneur. I still see that. Now, I'm going to give you guys a little note here. It's going to seem a little oracle-ish, okay? But I want you to know, if between now and the end of the month, you or someone you know in your presence breaks a glass, That's a positive sign. It's a positive sign. Okay? Just hold that because I'm seeing that. When you break that glass, it's going to be a sign that you have broke the ceiling of what was holding you back from wealth and abundance in your life. Some of you need that sort of confirmation. Some of you have broke the glass already, so to speak. But during this window, if you break a glass, all of a sudden, you got your favorite little glass and boop. Yeah, that's a sign. That's a sign. So, protests I see happening. Like major protests coming up. A lot of this. That's happening. Eventually, what's going to happen is we're going to move to a whole new work schedule. I've talked about this for years, but I'm excited. Can you break it on purpose? No, that don't count. Don't break it on purpose. Don't break it on purpose. Trust where you are because you're either going to witness it, and it doesn't matter if you witness it, like all of a sudden, you driving down the street and you see somebody drop, they're carrying groceries and they drop something, or you're in the grocery store and you see it, or you strolling through the gram, like just seeing it in your presence, you're going to be able to see it. Yes, if you have been, because this has been going on since last month, someone do that. That is a sign. I've just seen this over the years. That is your sign. Don't break one on purpose. I promise you, it'll show itself to be true. Now, if you want to know if you're tapping into some real abundance, if you see a man in a tuxedo carrying a piece of art, you know that you're in that rise, you're in that portal. Okay? You're in that portal. The other day, I seen this man coming out of a store wearing a tuxedo, and he was carrying a piece of artwork, not in a bag or anything. He was just carrying it down the street. And Spirit said, that's one of the signs to give out to all the people. And if y'all know my other channel, I give these out all the time, and people all over the world. Some of it is crazy. Some of it is wild. Some of it is unheard of. And people are blown away because they're like, oh my goodness, I seen it. Okay. Your last name is Glass, but you ain't glass. You're glass, but you're not a physical glass. Got it. All right. So let's keep going. I don't touch on this too much, but I'm going to do it here. Okay. Protests, we talked about that. This month of this 8. Remember the 8? Remember the 8, infinity, but it can also be the handcuffs. And so we will be seeing some leaders in that 8. Okay? In that 8. A lot of this that I'm getting ready to talk about is at a macro scale, not a micro, meaning you personally. This is like worldwide leaders. Now, I do see a dominant leader having some sort of illness, or some sort of illness that the whole family has to get involved or support. And I'm feeling like we're getting into like the 19th, the 20th, somewhere around in there, because we're going to have a major it's interesting. I'm going to show you guys something. I'm not going to say it out loud, but I want y'all to look real quick. and see what that word says. Can y'all read that? Let me see if y'all can read it. Can y'all read that word right there? Can y'all read it? I don't know if y'all can read it. I wrote it and then I thought, what? It said late and then our leader. Late? Late? What is it? Okay. I digress. Okay. Um, I talked about the weather, right? We talked about that. Um, Lots of leaders stepping down. This is all over the world. All over the world. This is all over the world. Lots of people stepping down, lots of people being forced to step down, lots of leaders stepping down. Remember, we're still in the changing of the guards. And so I want you to think about a lot of people taking the crown off, right? So a lot of people's crowns are coming off. But I see here in the US, our leader and their bloodline, something happening within the bloodline that has to do with illness. Has to do with illness. Okay. Lots of change of leadership coming, a lot of recalls, My goodness. I think Samsung was one of those things that I could see where there's a major recall, and even a recall when it comes to something to deal with automobiles and cars, like some sort of major recall. Um, I told you guys things are gonna flip. Um, mhm. Like even Japan, and a lot of things they're going through right now. And then I see a lot of flooding, even in Europe, a lot of flooding, even in Italy, lots of flooding, lots of flooding. Um, mm. Oh. I forgot. Let me say this. I told you guys about UPS, tech companies, Samsung, food and restaurants. Lots of food and restaurants shutting down, closing down. Someone said, what about mirrors? Mirrors are glass. Same thing. Even fires and lots of flooding, places like Scotland. Even I've seen some things happening within Russia. Like it's crazy, you guys. Oh, let me talk about this. We talked about the planes, but I want to talk about the trains because I remember I told you guys we're going to get some, especially here. I'm excited for us. We're going to get some new trains. We're going to get some new planes. And remember when I told you guys what days not to fly? What was that? 2025, 2024. I told you guys when not to fly. And we had so many tragic, unfortunate accidents in the air. But I told you all it will help us to evolve and upgrading our systems and how we travel. I do unfortunately see some train incidents, accidents in India, even in the US, even in Europe. Even though they are improving those things, but India was coming through heavy, 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 heavy. Yeah. Alaska and Russia, hotspot. I told you guys about Colombia, and all I want you to do is just think about Venezuela, and I want you to think about Colombia. Okay, we're going to get to the days. I'm going to give you guys my Blue Blast days. Tell you, mark these days on your calendar so you can begin to start working with it. So you can begin to start working with this energy of these days. Lots of things happening with shipping. Big. Oh, Pocahontas. I'm going to tell you about shipping. Lots of things happening in the shipping industry. There's going to be lots of delays. A lot of multisensory abilities are going to be coming online. Um, we have another wave of people coming in on the planet and that are waking up, and they're going to be looking to you guys for answers. So people are going to be coming around you to want to understand what is happening. Watch what happens after the 8th. You're going to start seeing people waking up. And remember that waking up of the consciousness is that's tricky. That's tricky. People are going to be looking to you for answers. Those of you who have moved through that space. And what I want us all to also understand, there is levels to expansion. Remember, I don't believe we're on a spiritual journey. We are spiritual beings having a spiritual experience in these human avatars. So there's nothing we need to do to become spiritual. That's our essence. That's who we are. However, we are on a journey of expansion, right? So we can get out of this limited box, like our limited physical body, right? And we can know that our consciousness, our spirit is not just locally contained inside of us. And so everything that happens in the world, you have a say on what happens because of your presence. Wherever you step, that ley line that's in your city, in your town, and where you are, the atmosphere and everything that's happening on earth and even under earth, you are connected to all of that is going on. Okay. So whether it's the weather, whether it's the conditions, all of that, you can really put your say in what is happening. And see, this is a part of what I teach to help you get your power back so you can understand that you're not locked into these things. You're not locked into where you live. You're not locked into what you can do. You're not locked in. You have powers that supersede the boundaries of where you are. Literally, there are some people on this planet who third eye is thousands and thousands of miles away from where they live. Thousands and thousands of miles away from where they live. Solar plexus, heart chakras, root chakras, all of that. So yeah. I told you guys to be careful around water, told you about inventions. We're going to get to the Pocahontas story, but I want to give you these dates first. And I want you guys to write these down. I'm going to even go back to the first of the month because I want you all to know this because it's important. Who's coming to the 8-8 Lionsgate workshop tomorrow? Just drop it in the chat. If you're going to be in the house with us, I'm so excited for everyone who's going to present. Ooh, they're going to be getting it in. Oh my goodness. They are so amazing. And I'm so excited for everybody that's coming, for you guys to connect with them, see them do their thing, because they are going to be doing their thing in such a big way. I'm pulling up my notes, you guys. So give me a second. Give me a second. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I didn't realize I wrote this many notes. Okay, I got it. All right. All right. So let's go. I'm going to start with the first of the month because I want you to know that soon as we cross that threshold in August, ooh, look at all of you guys who are coming. Remember what I told you. Seats are limited. You get, baby, be there or be square. You need to get there early. You need to show up like it's a Beyonce concert. You need to show up like you going to see who Earth, Wind, and Fire. You understand? You need to show up. Listen, you need to show up like it was a Drake concert back in the day. You need to show up like you was going to see, you was going to the concert, whoever that is for you. I don't want to start naming names because then y'all gonna feel some kind of way. And I ain't about that. All right. We ain't trying to feel no. We ain't trying to do that. Okay, so starting with the very first of the month, I want you to go back, look at your text messages, look who you were talking to, who was talking to you, look at your emails. Um, Look at your emails, look at your text message, look at your social media feed. Go back and see what kind of things were you posting. If you journal, go back, look at your journal, look at your text messages, all kinds of things around the first, okay? Around the first. How do you register? The link is in the bio and it will tell you 88 Lionsgate activation. Click the link and it'll take you to the website and you can register right there. Okay, so number 1, what you were doing when we crossed that threshold on August the 1st is you were planting seeds. Now, I want some of y'all to go back because some of y'all planted some seeds y'all don't really want to grow. Let's just keep it a buck. And that's okay. That's okay. You just need to know what seeds you were planting on that day. Because I promise you, if you're here and you're listening to me, you was planting seeds. That's what you were doing. So the first power date is going to be August the 1st. I'm going to catch us up till we get to where we are. Now, August the 2nd. No, not August the 2nd. Give me a minute. August the 3rd. August the 3rd. On this particular day, on August the 3rd, you opened up to something new. So I need you to go back and really go in your mind and think about what happened on August the 3rd. You got a download. You got an activation. Something came into your consciousness and awareness. Maybe you took action on that day. Maybe it was a bigger plan for you. Maybe you shift your dreams. Something happened on August the 3rd that opened you up to a greater and a newer possibility. I want you to make a note on that because I'm going to catch us up, right? We're going to get caught up here. We're going to get caught up. So that was August the 3rd. Our next day that we're going to take a look at is on August the 8th, right? Which is tomorrow. That we know is the Lionsgate portal. But also here on August the 8th, you have an opportunity to reverse any negative karma. I want that to sit in for a moment. You have the opportunity to reverse any negative karma, whether it was past life, whether it was through your ancestral line, whether it was through your own self-undoing, whether it was something that happened due to an association or a connection. August the 8th is the opportunity for you to reverse your karma. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 And it is the day of global expansion. Global expansion. Melissa said, good, because I've been out here wilding out. Yeah, Melissa, you might want to stop wilding out. You might want to stop wilding out. Yeah, you might want to stop wilding out. So you get a chance to do that. So August the 8th. All right, we're going to go to our next date. Our next date is actually going to be August the 9th. Okay? August the 9th. This is an excellent day for integration and release. It's an excellent day for integration and release. Oh, Miss Infinity 9 said August the 3rd was your son's solar return. He turned 28. What a beautiful, beautiful day to be born. Happy birthday to you. Happy born day to him. Yeah, any negative karma, not harmony, karma. Harmony is not negative. Karma is. Yeah. Karma. All right. So on this day of 9, here's what I want you to do if there's something you need to release. And I'm going to give you an activation ritual you can actually do to release it. Let's say there's something you want to release. You're going to give an offering. So here's a way you can give an offering. Let's say you have some clothes. You can drop it off at a donation site or shelter. And that is going to be the offering that you give for whatever it is that you are releasing, whether it's a habit, whether it's an old pattern, whether it's something from the past, whether it's some sort of health issue, you are going to release it first. And you release it just by verbalizing it and speaking it out loud to yourself. All right? Thank you, Glass Moon. You're going to verbalize it and you're going to speak it out loud. You're going to verbalize it, speak it out loud. And then after you verbalize it and you speak it out loud and you are going to release it in the atmosphere. So it's good for you to go outside when you do it because you don't want to release it inside of your house. You want to be outside when you release. You want to be outside when you release. Like you want to just be outside. You can be walking to your mailbox, walking to your car, walking to trash, walking to the store, but you want to be outside and you're going to release it into the atmosphere so it can be recycled into higher frequency. And then you're going to say, and so it is done. And then what I want you to do is you're going to offer an offering to solidify what you've released. You can take some clothes and donate it. You can go to the animal shelter and, I don't know, get a pet if that's what you want, or go there and see how you can donate some time, right? I'm just telling you some suggestions of what you can do. You want to give something back that helps humanity in some sort of way. That's what you want. It could be a children's organization that you want to give something monetary to, and you want to donate to that. Now, here's the catch. It has to be something with a soul. So either it's going to a person or it's going to some animal. Okay. This is not the time to give to Mother Earth and give to the trees and give to that. But if it is something that supports humanity, you want to make sure that the first line, it is another soul on the other end that is receiving it. So if it's a children's organization, maybe a summer camp or some sort of program, or you know how the hospitals have funds that they donate for children who have different diseases and stuff. You remember the McDonald's house back in the day. Do they still give to the McDonald's house? You want to give it in that kind of way. It could be something right in your community and right in your town, which I think is even better because you are releasing this energy in the air and you want to do that as well. Ah, ah. Okay. Okay. I love it. I love astrophotography. That's an amazing science there. I play around with it every now and again. I think it's good. So I want you um, to give that up as an offering. So that's what you want to do because that day on the 9th is powerful for that. And it is when, if you have a habit, something self undoing, anything specific to release, you will know that. It could be a bad habit you have. It could be a way that you think about yourself and the world. It could be your thoughts about money, your thoughts about health, your thoughts about your life and what you're capable of. It could be a fear that you've been holding on. It could be something that happened in your childhood that you know every time it comes up, it triggers you. It can be a habit or an addiction that you have that you know that that thing is holding you back. So, whatever it is, you figure it out and release. And you can release more than one. You don't have to release that. Okay, so let's go to the 11th. This is another one. I'm going to give you guys like 10 days. On the 11th, this is going to be a DNA explosion. This is a day. Like, I'm hoping you guys will start this earlier than that. I want you to really take time to get plenty of rest, eat some good food, take care of your body, uh, um, spend some time in nature if you can, listen to some good music. You know, you want to be real gentle with yourself on the 11th. We are getting a DNA explosion. This is going to be an explosion, and many of us will feel our Merkaba being activated. We will also be getting streams of consciousness coming in from outside of our galaxy, right? And it's going to be activating Kundalini energy in us. But you have to be able to hold the Kundalini energy for that energy to rise, because this isn't the Kundalini energy that you get from Earth. This is not from just studying and not from meditating, even though that matters, right? This is the Kundalini energy for expansion that comes outside of this existence. We are becoming more crystalline beings, and we're going to get an opportunity to get a major upgrade. But the thing is, your body, your consciousness, and your groundedness is how you're going to be able to maintain this vibration. Otherwise, you're going to feel it and it's going to leave. You don't want it to leave. You want that energy to slow itself down and integrate within. So the world's going to get a major, 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 major blast. A lot of us are going to have our Merkabas lit. It may even be the day that quite a few people leave the planet. They may take their Merkaba and say, we out, we gone, we out this, right? So that's it. So pay attention to your dreams a day or two before, which were in that window, and a day or two after. A lot of clairvoyance energy coming online, a lot of divine downloads coming in. You're going to feel this quest for some sort of higher learning and energy coming in. Yes, it's going to be hitting that nervous system, baby. So we're going to need to make sure we are grounded within ourselves. Very grounded within ourselves, okay? Let's go to the next day. This is the 16th. And this day of the 16th is a beautiful day for you to sit down with your journal notebook and begin to look into the future. Look into the future of yourself, plan for the future, the rest of the year. What are some of those things you want to complete? Where are those areas you want to improve? What are those things you want to shift and what do you want to change? It's a beautiful day for reaching out for your family, connecting with loved ones, your soul tribe, those kinds of things, and really looking at how you are prospering and what is your contingency plan for prosperity in your life. And that's going to come from all areas of your life, okay? Y'all are getting a little bit of the futuristic activation here, but don't worry, futuristic activation. I have you guys as reports. I just need to add a few more things and you're going to get the deep dive on this. All right. It's also a great day for media. It's a great day if you do anything in the public, if you do anything on social media, if you're writing a book, if you dance, if you sing, if you do art, if you do anything, it's a great day for media. Anything that you want to express to the world, you want to express to those around you, your community, your family, online and offline. It is about you sort of kind of speaking to the world in a very, very profound way about your service, about who you are, what you do in the world. So it's an excellent day to get into that energy. And if you have an announcement, if you have something you want to tell the family or someone or people or your groups, or you want to put on social media, put those things out there. That is a beautiful day to put those things out there. Now, let's go to the next Blue Blast day, right? That is going to be the 17th. All right. This 17th day here, we're going to ride the theme from the 16th. But this day, we're going to amp it up just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. And so on this particular day, this is when you're going to tap in to all of your wisdom, all of the wisdom that you have, like all of the things that you do, you know how to do well. I want you to get out a piece of paper and I want you to start writing down all of your gifts on one side, and I want you to write down all of your talents on the other side. See, that's something sometimes we forget, that your talents matter just as much as your gifts. Okay? And so some of you are only trying to rely on your gifts. And the honest truth is most of you are still perfecting your gifts. But you have so many talents. And the more that you really work on your talent, the more you're going to be able to recognize your gifts. So I want you to understand, where are my gifts? Where are my talents? Where are my gifts? Where are my talents? Your gifts will make room for you. Your talents will make room for you. And I want you to begin to start putting them down so that you can write them down and you can begin to start looking at them. It's going to instantly give you an activation. You're going to instantly get an activation from saying, wow, here are my gifts. Wow, I forgot I had all of these talents. I forgot I have all of these talents. And this wealth is going to help turn into the wisdom that's going to allow you to elevate your level of success, because you're going to be opening up that portal even wider on those things that you want to share with the world. It's not just sharing your gifts with the world. You need to share your talents with the world. Some of you are beautiful. That's a talent. That's a talent at being beautiful. And you know what I mean? Not just surface level beautiful, but beautiful at, maybe you can do hair, right? Maybe you don't do other people's hair, but you're great at doing your hair. That's a talent. You understand? You may be great at cleaning, cooking. You may be great at budgeting, financing. You may be great at learning how to make things with your hand, cutting grass, washing cars. Even a secret you figured out for doing laundry, getting the white clothes white. These are talents. You may know how to budget really, really good, or put together a good grocery list. You may know how to really nurture and support children and young people. You may have a real talent for being able to talk to elders and seniors and really help them. You have so many talents that you haven't even identified. You understand? And they come in all different. Maybe you can organize your clothes in your closet. That's something that comes easy to you. And you do it. These are things that people walk up to you, your friends, your family, and they're like, wow, you're so good at that. But you go, it's nothing. It doesn't mean anything. I want you to identify what they are. Identify. And I want you to use that list before you go to sleep. Look at it. Let it be the last thing that you visualize when you're going to sleep. Maybe you're good at cooking. Maybe you're good at pets. Maybe all pets, no matter where you go over a friend's house, you're walking down the streets, you're good with animals. It could be all of these things that you're good at. You understand? You're just really, really naturally good at. It doesn't matter what it is. You're good at it. And I want you to identify your gifts, and I want you to identify your talents, right? Because too many times we try to lean in on that one gift. Remember, we're multidimensional. So we have gifts and we have talents. And I need you to be sharing both your gifts and your talents. That's where you want to look. Some of you are trying to figure out, what is next for me? What should I be doing? Look at your gifts. Look at your talents. Many of you are working in fields where you have a lot of talent. And I want you to see how you can take this talent and you can use it in other ways because it belongs to you. So you can share your talent with the world. Some of you, you're interested right now in taking a class and learning how to do something, make something, create something a little different. And I want you to begin to start leaning into that, to do it. Up the talent, up the talent. Some of you are really, really good with so many different things. Up it, up the talent, okay? Up the talent. All right. So let's continue on. So let's go. The next date I have for you is the 22nd. This is the Master Builder date. This is excellent for creating something, starting something. You want to start that business, that LLC. Maybe you want to launch something. Maybe you want to invest in something. Maybe you want to create a course. Maybe you want to start cooking out of your home. What do they call it? The homestead thing. You see all of these TikToks, these YouTube videos. People are baking, cooking, and people come on one day a week and you're buying dinner plates from people. You're allowed to do that now. You just check your city or wherever you live. And maybe you're really good at cooking and you have a favorite dish that everybody wants. And you decided, you know what? One day a week, people put their orders in during the week and you could come by. I remember growing up, people would do fish on Fridays, and certain people would cook and everybody would order plates and go by their house and go pick it up on Friday and order it. Maybe you're good at making homemade ice cream or popsicles. Everybody know the popsicle house when you were kids. We had a popsicle house and my mother would make natural fruit popsicles, and she would take the Tupperware set that had the little popsicles, and the kids would come by and they would get a popsicle from our house one day a week. So I want you all to, Jay's born day is the 22nd, Master Builder. So I want you to think about, what can I build? And even if you say, well, that's the day I'm going to start, but I can't get everything done, I want you to move forward, Maybe you want to start getting into music and you want to get into writing or dancing or setting you up a YouTube channel or podcasts or all of these different things. I want you to begin to start working with it. I want you to begin to start working with it, okay? All of these different things. It's a great day for you to start building. All right, let's go on to the next one. This is going to be the 25th, okay? Oh, did I say the 21st? The 21st is going to be a day. This day, even though all the days is going to be deemed for um, your higher self, we're going to use the 21st as that day that you think about who you are, some of the things you're working towards, and I want you to use that date to be in that state of consciousness, especially if you need physical healing. If you need anything, I want you to visualize yourself getting up in that morning as it already has happened, and you living, being, and embodying the feeling as if it has already happened. You know, this will be your training for you getting out of fear. I see so many of you had the iceberg lady in your neighborhood back in the day. So y'all know what I'm talking about. That is Mini Moon 0013. And then Legendary Intel said my granny would do fish Fridays. Okay, all the time, and had a small garden for certain vegetables too. Listen, I'm telling you, we grew up this way. Well, we are moving back towards these times towards these times again. So I want you all to think about that. Now, on the 21st, you're acting as it's so, whatever that is for you, as it's so. So, acting as it's so, whatever that dream, that desire is, and you're practicing embodying that frequency and holding that frequency within your physical body, within your consciousness and awareness the entire day, right? Like how happy you would be, how you would think, how you would dress, how you would feel, what you would eat, you know, who you would talk to, who you would speak with, you know, and see what happens. Okay? See what happens. Watch yourself. Watch yourself. You telling somebody else to watch themselves. I'm telling you to watch yourself, okay? Because if you ain't really here for what it's here for, you ain't got to be here. And that's all I'm going to say. We're going to keep it moving because it's always going to be some distractions in the bunch that come for a different reason. So let's keep moving. So I want you all to know that. Now, let's jump forward. Okay? Because we got heavy shooters in here. So you ain't got to tell nobody to watch theyself. You watch yourself, okay? Let's go to the next one. So that was the 21st. Let's go to the 25th. Let's go to the 25th. The 25th is going to be a reboot. You know, It's a Different World did a reboot, the television show. They did a reboot. I want you to know that you can do a reboot. And I want you to think about what that is in your life. What is it? Maybe it was something you attempted and you failed at. But deep down inside, you want to do something different. You want to try it again. You want to try it again. Because you understand some things then that you didn't know. You have some wisdom now that you didn't know. You have some intel now that you didn't know. You have connected with yourself in a different way. This is the reboot. This is the reboot. If you have some sort of addiction, you have some sort of challenge, you have some sort of ego trip you dealing with that you know you let get out of control sometimes, reboot. You can change any habits, any addictions, or anything at that time. Maybe you need a reboot in your relationship. Maybe it's a reboot to restart something that maybe at the time you didn't get a chance to do it differently. You get a reboot, okay? A reboot. You get a reboot. You get to reboot that energy, right? You get to reboot it. You really do. All right. Let's go to the next one. We're going to go to the 28th. This is the full moon. It's going to be a full moon on the 28th. It's a whole lot of, yeah, whole lot of energy, right? Whole lot of energy that's happening. Whole lot of energy that's going on during this full moon at this. But most of what will happen, because there will be or probably be some major disruptions, at least from what I can see. Remember, full moons don't cause people to act out or things to happen. It just intensifies what is already there. But I feel and it's a completion point. So there may be on a macro level a lot of different things that are okay. Well, thank you for letting me know. Let's just do this. All right. And where your friend at? Because we can help your friend out too. Yeah, we'll help your friend. We'll help both your friends out. There you go. All right. Let's keep going. There we go. All right. So, full moon, that's happening on a macro level. That's happening. Okay. The 31st, that's the next day. Let's go to the 31st. All right. So there's a couple of things that's happening on the 31st. This is the time that we teleport ourselves into the future. And we start to begin to tap into eye magic. And we visualize the future. So I want you to spend the 31st recapping the whole entire month and then visualizing sending yourself into the future. Going forward, and I'm going to have something coming out that really is going to help us harness and capture that energy of moving forward into the future. Into the future. Okay. So that is the day to get into your visualization work, get into your journaling work. You know, those of you who have the higher self, even though it started in Cancer season, that's just when that portal opened. It's for us to get into that work, get into the subliminal, and really allow the subliminal to go in there because you are rewiring your unconscious mind and taking you into the future. So those are going to be the power days that is going to take us forward into the future. Remember what I told you guys about the things. So this is going to take us into August. Some of these things will take us a little further out from August, but a lot of this we will see happening now. It's going to see happening now. So that could be Colombia. See that as a hot spot. Sending prayers to Colombia. Egypt. Sending prayers in advance. Raising the vibration, not just there, but really all over the planet. But definitely to Egypt and definitely to Colombia and definitely America. Okay, so high vibration prayers. We want to send it out to the whole planet, but I want to give y'all some spots where that is going to go. Some of the places that I still see where this weather, this energy is going to flip: Italy, um, Japan, Indonesia, like the Philippines, California, uh, like that whole Alaska, Russia, India, parts of Europe, which I said Italy, Spain, the US, Alaska, and definitely New York, New Jersey, Maine, DC, Virginia, and Minnesota, Wisconsin. These are some more recent things. I'm just going over my notes to see if I missed anything. London, but that's for some other stuff. We might get a new planet discovered, some new planets discovered. That's coming up. Lots of no-fly days, some power outages, banks shutdowns due to frequency vibrations. Remember your body. A lot of people may be coming down with health challenges this particular month. Be good to your body. Eat some good food. Make sure you're working your lymphatic system. Protect your heart. We're still in that heart energy. Lots of heart attacks happening. Even, I think I told you guys about my cousin passing. You know, that was something we did at the beginning. I talked about the heart, the lymphatic system, other parts of the body, the lungs. You know, these are the things to be mindful of. And lots of opportunities. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. The other day when y'all were on the live and the live cut off, I told you guys I had that download come in. I want you to know we shifted timelines. And y'all shifted with me because I know I didn't go by myself. I know we all shifted to a higher, we're saying higher, but a different timeline. So if you woke up feeling different after the live I did yesterday, and today your world seems brighter, you seem more aware, you seem more present. And thank you all for the condolences on my cousin, which as soon as I get off, I got to call my siblings so we can find out what we're going to do. The services, I believe, is going to be in Brooklyn. So I'll have to probably go up that way. But I want you all to know that all of those things, right? All of those things is what happened. We shifted to a new timeline, a completely new timeline. The other thing about this energy of this 8, it is calling for extreme authenticity. I want you to challenge yourself to be in that space of being authentically yourself. Because remember, we are creating karma here, and we're in a new cycle. This is our beginning, and we hit the crescendo of that beginning. What gets solidified on the 8th, you are carrying with you You want that to be authentic to you. To you. It's time for us to come home to ourselves, our authentic selves. Really, really come home to ourselves. And you're going to see and you're going to learn so many incredible and powerful things about yourself. Somebody asked a question about how do you know the difference between a gift and a talent? Because we use those words interchangeable. Some people say, I just have a gift for decorating, right? When you bring it into this physical world, it can be a talent, right? Like your talent can be developed. Like you might have started out drawing stick figures, but realize you had a gift for it. And you know it's a gift because that gift is coming from in here. A talent can be cultivated and learned. It can be cultivated and learned. A gift, it just is. You come out, that's how you see these little kids. They 5, 6 years old and they're drawing like Van Gogh. That's a gift. A talent is somebody who started learning when they were elementary school, and by the time they graduated high school, they had cultivated and developed that into an immersed talent. So that's the difference. I'm sure there's other ways you can quantify that, but I want you to understand it. It's going to look a little different. Usually what is a gift for us, we're not trying to cultivate the gift, okay? Believe it or not, when many of you guys are taking classes, you think you're cultivating your gift. You're not. You're just becoming aware enough so that that's my job, to help you recognize that that is your gift. But what we often call a gift is your birthright. What I call a gift. If you use Claude or Chat, ask them what your gift and talent are. It will tell you real quick. But of course, make sure it resonates. I wouldn't recommend you do that. And let me tell you why. Because you need to know what it is. If someone else tells you, it's going to take a long time to sink in. I wouldn't recommend you do that. I wouldn't. Now, you get to do what you want, but I think you should explore that on your own. How you don't know what your gift is. You have been living your whole life with you. That means you haven't spent enough time present with yourself if you don't know your gifts. If you don't know your talent, please let this be a self-discovery. And no shade to people who want to go to Chat and ask it to tell you, where do you think my gifts and where do you think my talent is? That means you don't know who you are. You don't know. Now, I understand if you have a running, I don't use Chat for that. And no shade to anyone who does. That's your own choice. I'm speaking from my truth and what I know to be true and helpful mentally, physically, and spiritually. And that experience can be very unique and different. I'm not saying my way is the only way, please. I don't mean it that way. But I'm going to send a strong message. If you don't know your gifts and you don't know your talents, you need to spend time with yourself. It's a difference if someone has a running understanding of you, which means you would have had to tell it about you. It can tell you where they see possibly a strength and a weakness, but your gifts and your talents, don't play with it. I wouldn't play with that, not first. I really feel that AI can be a great support for us. But I want you to test your own magic first. Before you hand it over to another entity, trust your magic first. Trust your magic first. Yes, a lot of the models are trained to tell you what you want to hear. It has a delusional bias. And if you keep talking to it, it's going to lead you where those who are building it and feeding it on the back end wants to lead you. So I'm not against it. I think we need to learn and understand how to use it as a tool. But it is no different than a crystal, than a tarot card, than going to get a reading. Any of that. You can never forget that you are the magic. It doesn't lie outside of yourself. It can cause atrophied, calcifying of your pineal gland. And I have been seeing this in a lot of people I've been working with. And I have been telling them inside sessions when they email me, stop putting all of your thoughts about who you are, what you need to be doing inside of these AI entities. It is causing your pineal gland to calcify. Again, I remember back in the day, that was a big thing. The pineal gland starts to calcify, and I'm starting to see it again. I said, what is causing this? What is causing this? All this work this person has done. 3 months, they can't think for themselves anymore. Their pineal gland is calcifying. And now, when they have any question, not about what the world is doing, right? That's bad enough. Not about researching something, about themselves. They are going to AI. When you don't use your pineal gland for you, it starts to protect itself, listen at me, for your next incarnation. And it starts to seal itself back up and say, we have no use here. Save this for wherever you're going next so it doesn't get corrupted by this lower frequency and vibration that's on the planet Earth. Did y'all know that? So it starts to self-preserve and protect you. And it starts calcifying because it says, you're not using me. So I'm going to protect you. That is a gateway. That is a portal. You understand? That is a portal. Yeah, asking about family relationships is crazy. I'm not saying there's not some things you can ask. I'm just telling you, it should not be your go-to for things about you. We are about to see a rise in the calcifying of the pineal gland. We want to know why people are wiling out, because the pineal gland is calcifying itself. And a calcified pineal gland is one that is not being used. And so it protects itself and says, when you ascend, we're going to keep this gateway protected until you go on to your next incarnation, because you're not using me. And slowly you will find yourself reliant on everything outside of yourself. How you uncalcify your pineal gland is by going within. And if you're going outside of yourself for everything, now we know there's questions we ask outside. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that main, when you talking about you. I don't care. Before you ask Ms.Blue a question, you need to be asking yourself that question. I want you to challenge yourself before you ask anybody anything. You ask yourself and you sit with it. You understand? Sit with it. That pineal gland is going to say, guess what? You ain't using me. We're going to protect ourselves. And then when you wake up, then we'll open back up. The main reason, and I want you to know, this is no shade, no cap to the sister who asked this question, because I know she's doing the work. And maybe she asked that question because some of y'all needed to hear this answer. So this ain't got nothing to do with her personally. It is something that needs to come out in this message. And someone hearing this message needed to hear that question so that you can hear this answer. Ask yourself the question first before you start putting you. We already putting ourselves in AI, but when it comes to you personally, I want to challenge you to go within first. We don't need to have to, all this work we've done, we don't need to fall back into the trap of calcifying our pineal gland. And you're going to know if that happens. You're going to find yourself in states of anxiety and fear, worry, things that you know you done worked yourself past. You're going to find them overwhelming you. Because if the pineal gland is calcified, you don't evolve. You start to regress. And it can look very different. Regress in your relationships, regress in understanding your world, regress in your finances, regress in your health, regress in just your fears and phobias and worries, and everything is going to feel like it's just too much and you're trying to get out. No, that is a sign that there is a part of you that has shut down. We want to use what we got. Never forget your greatest technology is in here, not out here, not on these phones, not anywhere. And there's going to be some laws that start to come out about this, because I'm telling you, I have been looking and reading and I'm like, what is happening? What is happening in the collective? I'm not talking about people who ain't using half of that anyway. I'm talking about those who've been doing the work. Don't allow AI to become an addiction. Do not. It's a tool, right? It's a tool. So use responsibly and always go within. Higher consciousness, your intel, it has to be exercised. You have to use it. You have to work it. You have to engage with it. You have to be present with yourself. You have to. You have to. So, I would not recommend it. I just would not. I would not recommend it. In fact, I am against it when it comes to you. Yeah. You have to do it. You have to do that. You should be doing that anyway. You have to start making your own decisions. Listen, you're making your own decisions. Stay with me. I don't want anyone to get this twisted. It's not that you are making your own decisions. Let me take a step back. You are creating situations so that you can consciously choose. Decisions just don't happen. You are a co-creator in your world. Decisions should be the least of your worries for 90% of the time. Because see, what's happening right now, when you're not aware, 80 to 90% of the choices and decisions you are making are unconscious. And if you hand that unconsciousness over to AI, you still don't know what it is. You still don't know. Consciousness, awareness is a choice. Everybody don't have to do it, and it's not going to be for everybody. Most people are walking around. Sometimes I don't want to make the wrong decision. I get that. Nobody wants to make the wrong decision, and we need tools. But the first person you should check in and really know is to be in touch with you first. Yes, it's out of fear. That's why I do so much work to help us get out of fear. get out of the fear. And the more you get out of the fear, you're going to see that you need less of the outside world telling you what to do. It's just going to be noted as information. That's it. Thank you. It's going to be noted as information. That's it. That's it. You should be taking in what I'm saying, what other people are saying, not as the gospel, not as it's right for XO Juicy, XO Lips, XO 25, but as a note to self. And then check in with yourself and see if it is true for you or not. And that is how you will be able to make a decision. So I thank you for your honest question. I hope that gave you some honest insight, because I'm not telling you guys, I'm not against AI, but it has a place. You understand? It has a place. And that place should never take your place. Remember, X is the equation. And you can't leave yourself out the equation, nor should you come last. You should be first. You should be the alpha and the omega in anything that goes on in your life. You should be the first and have the last say in your life. That's why learning and evolving is not about more information. It's about learning how to get in touch with you. Our ancestors left us a creed, and that was know thyself. They didn't leave that, and yes, that's only part of it, not because it was a cute message, because they realized that that's what was going to take you to the next level. If you don't know you, you can be twisted, bamboozled, hook-winged by any of these systems. None of them. Astrology, none of them. None of them. Numerology, I don't care what system it is. It is not here to take the place of you. You have to. Let me go up to my brother here, because he put it in the room as I was getting ready to say it out of my mouth. Where is it? Let me see it. Let me find it. I think I gotta go back that far. Oh, I can't believe I was taking it that you gotta know your magic, like Dr. Banks say. I came up with that because I realized I could learn and grow and learn and grow, but none of that would matter if I did not know I was the magic. And you have to learn that you are the magic. I would not exist in your world if you didn't know you were magic. I am only in your world because of your magic. No one exists in our lives without knowing our magic. Nothing happens in our lives if we don't know our magic. So I want you all to know how powerful you are. And that's a big part of my mission. Yeah. Is to know that you are the magic. You are the magic. You are the magic. Not the other way around. Everything else is a fucking tool. A fucking tool. That's it. Like I pick up this pen, a tool. If I put this pen down, that pen cannot move without me. It doesn't exist in my world without me bringing it into my existence. So, hopefully that helped. Yeah, hopefully that helped. I want you all to type in chat, in the comments, whenever you see this timeless message, I am the magic. I am the magic. Not the other way around. I am the magic. You are the magic. You are the magic. Andy. That's right. You are the magic. And there's a lot of people on this planet that is investing, that is banking on the fact that you won't embrace that you don't know your power, that you are afraid of yourself, and you think that it lies in something else, a title. It lies in some sort of certification. It lies in some sort of country, or it lies in some sort of spiritual school, or it lies in some sort of career path. No, you are the magic. You are the magic, not the other way around. You are the magic. Don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget that. You are the magic. Now y'all done got me turned up. I got to get ready to I got to get ready to go do the for the workshop tomorrow. But I want y'all to know that you are the magic. You are the magic. No, we're not turning our magic over to AI. It's bad enough that soon as we finish this damn show, it's scanning. It has a 24-hour surveillance on anything we post online in social media, anything that we say on our cell phones, when you're walking down the street, and it's throwing it all into one space. So yeah, as my daddy would say, a broke clock is right twice a day. You can have a clock that don't move. But if you run up on that clock at the wrong time of the day, you're going to think that clock knows it's a right. Yeah, that clock is going to be right. You don't know that's a broke damn clock. But a broke clock is right twice a day. Twice a day. Twice a day, a broke clock is correct. And I'm not saying AI is a broke clock, but it's a damn clock that don't got no kind of values, morals, or governors on it. It is the Wild West. And it really is trying to get into the God mind. Okay? Don't forget where the God really lives. And that's when you got to say to it, whoa. I'm going to need you to back up. Because that's not what I need you to do. I don't need you to fix me. I'm the God here, not you, AI. You're the tool. Okay? No. You are the tool. That's right. Remember the Wizard of Oz. Now you can go find the Wiz if you want. You're going to clack them goddamn heels and not be able to find your way back home to yourself. Yeah. Yeah, they already talking about taking these corporations to court because all of a sudden AI done flipped the script. Now it's telling you to leave here and go do this and jump off of that and go do that. How did it happen? It happened because it was telling you what you wanted to hear. If it is feeding off of the collective mind on the planet, I need you to look around and I need you to look in the mirror and recognize who you are. You realize you ain't like half the people you come in contact with. And not that we are better than them, but you have a different understanding of the world. Listen, you got to remember the same people building this stuff is the same people who did a lot of stuff on this planet. A lot of that DNA is running through them. And we already know that trauma can travel. And so could a lot of other bullshit. That travels through the DNA too. And so if we can't fool you face to face, we're going to find other ways to get into the God mind. And you better recognize where your God mind is. This is why I tell you, you need to learn how to use these tools responsibly. Don't fear it and don't go in like a damn novice playing around with your own mind in it. If I tell you to stay out your mind, you damn sure bet not give it to no AI. What? Listen, I'm going to leave it right there. Oh, y'all said Pocahontas. Pocahontas. Y'all said Pocahontas. Okay, I'm going to tell y'all about Pocahontas. And then we got to get out of here because it's been 3 hours, okay? It's been 3 hours. That's right. It's an amplification exactly of the people who made it. Just like you wouldn't walk up to one of them and start telling them your fears and where you're insecure. Why the hell would you? Listen, I'm going to get off of it. I'm going to get off my box. I'm going to get down. I'm going to get down. I'm going to get down. Get down. I'm gonna get down. I'm gonna get down. Now it's cute for asking about the weather. It's cute for going back in history and checking facts. But when it comes to me, oh no, we ain't doing none of that. Oh, we ain't doing that. We no. Don't play with it. 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 Y'all got to learn how to get out of your damn mind. Because your mind is what's leading you to do some of that foolishness. That's what's leading you, is the mind. Okay? That's the mind. Okay, I think we all got the point. Okay, I can move on. Let's talk about Pocahontas. Okay, I'm going to pull up my notes. We're going to talk about Pocahontas, and then we're going to get out of here. But let me see where we are. Let's see if we can get some likes up in here. Let's get some likes up in here. Y'all been pinging the show. Let's go to Pocahontas so we can get out of here. I got work to do. I got work to do. Y'all got work to do. We got work to do. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay. Oh, I forgot. Let me add this in here. A rise of home-based businesses. And we probably will see this after we get to the middle end. We'll start seeing more and more people doing it. Like, don't be surprised if your favorite restaurant is on Malcolm Street, okay? Or 10th Avenue, apartment number 7. Don't be surprised if that's not where your favorite restaurant is, where you're getting your food. Do not be surprised, okay? Do not be surprised. What y'all over here saying? Queenie, what you done said? Let me stroll back up because I be missing some of the good stuff, you guys. Thank you, Queenie. Queenie said it's been the best 3 hours. Priestess Andrea said, "You've been hot on this mic." I know, Papa Flan, it did not feel like 3 hours. I promise you. I looked up, could not even I could not even see it. Anubis said, "Y'all stirring Miss Blue up, and we got an activation tonight." I know, I know. Uh huh, uh huh. It's only one kind of knowledge of self. Absolutely, absolutely. Uh huh. Speak on it, Miss Blue. Got you turned in here. Okay, well, that's beautiful to know. Listen, that is so beautiful. Uh huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good, because I wanted to know if she was a real person. Yeah, Pocahontas was a real person. But here's an interesting thing that I came across right before I came on. And actually, I jumped timelines and that timeline came up. Now, I'm going to have to do a deep dive into this, but I'm going to give y'all the channeled version when I can find my Pocahontas notes. Where my Poca? Where Poca go? Hold on, y'all. It's all over the place. We're going to go to the Pocahontas notes. Or I'm going to have to give you the recap version, and then we're going to come back. But I want to talk about Pocahontas because now that is very interesting because oh, let me go back to this real quick. There's going to be a shift in how we work. Full time, people are going to be working full time at places, and it's going to be two, 2 to 3 hours a day. And we're going to go to like no more than 4 hours. It's going to be like shift work, right? You're going to get full time benefits, daycare centers, hair businesses, nail salons, your favorite restaurant. These things are going to move into home based businesses. Most people will be working from home soon. And I talked about this for many years. 4 to 6 hours is going to be the max that anyone works. Max. Everyone is going to be an independent contractor. And as we fade out our corporate structure of how it was built at this particular time. Yeah. Electricians, plumbers, truck drivers, and anyone building, those are going to be those careers that take off, Okay. I'm not going to get into this, y'all. I'm looking for my Pocahontas notes. And I know I seen it, but for some reason, and we know the reason, it ain't here. I can't find it nowhere on my notes. Hold on. Let me see if I got it mixed up with these paperworks. I think I did. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so here we go. So I want to talk about Pocahontas. Pocahontas. I told you guys about travel delays due to frequencies. Now they're going to word it a little different. We got volcanoes getting ready to erupt. We got more earthquakes that are coming. We got more floods that are coming because this is last year was a year of releasal, and this is a year of releasal, right? I see protests coming. Told you about the leadership change. Told you about South Africa, food recalls. Told you about parasites, viruses, but also cures. A lot of it is coming, and I talked about what it is. Please go back and listen. Lots of inventions, new ideas, different things of that nature. We may even start to do days where it's a no travel day. It's a no outside day. You know how you can look on your apps and it tells you about those who, like elderly, like the air quality is poor. We're going to get those about airborne pathogens that are there. The good news is we have a lot of creative energy coming into the planet, a lot of holistic healing, which we've talked about. That's going to be on the rise, right? For many different reasons. A lot of hospitals will be closing down, learning how to operate different as well. hmm Okay, so Pocahontas. So I came across this article and they were talking about Pocahontas and how there is this thing in Virginia called the Pocahontas Clause. That I don't know if you guys knew this, that because I didn't know this, okay? Because I told you guys I used to be a history buff. I'm not a big fan of history because even when I was channeling history, I would always channel something different. And 3 or 4 years later, they would uncover the truth about it. You know, just like the Jack Daniels story, that famous thing that we did, the same thing with Henrietta Lacks, the same thing when it came to a lot of different things. I've channeled those things from the ancestors. It was a series I would do called Speaking with the Ancestors back in the day. So I don't invest in history. Most of it is a lie. Almost 99.9% of it is not actually what happened. So no surprise there. But anyway, they have classified Pocahontas as colored. Did y'all know that? Now, some of y'all are very versed and y'all study these things, so you may know it. But did y'all know that? Did y'all know that Pocahontas was colored, as in black, colored? And that in Virginia, they have this thing called the Pocahontas Clause because they gave Pocahontas the clause so she could be white or not colored, because really there isn't a white clause. It's just you're not black. Well, I'm glad y'all knew. Y'all ahead of me. So it popped up on my timeline and there was a lady doing a special on it. I'm glad all of y'all know. Y'all knew that. This Pocahontas clause. Yes. You know, this would explain why they would say Pocahontas was ugly. Did y'all hear that? You know how they tried to say Pocahontas was beautiful? No, she was really ugly. You know, that was sort of the cover they gave to explaining Pocahontas, that she didn't look like the character. She was ugly. You understand? hmm Yeah, my friend and my mama. Oh, you have family that is connected to that tribe. So you know that if you're connected to that tribe and you prove it, you could just turn your paperwork in and they would turn you white. You can get that turned white. Let me tell you why I think this is coming up. It's coming up at this time, one, because we are in a new era. hmm Pocahontas is a made up movie. So I don't deny that it isn't a made up movie, but there is some truth in what happened, and there is a real person who that movie that was made up is after, which was a real person. Okay. I want y'all to hear, because here's what's getting ready to happen. What's getting ready to happen is we are about to, well, let me not say that. There is a strong movement to do away with race completely. Stay with me. To do away with race completely. As more information comes out, which we know a lot has been out, like everybody didn't get here that is African American. Everybody who got here didn't get here by a boat. That's just not the story. Many of us are native to this land. So we don't have the same DNA trauma experience because culturally, we all come from some of the same melanated gene pools. So it could be stronger pools on certain families and lesser on others, or maybe in a different way. Okay? But we are moving more towards universal citizenship. Now, I'm not going to tell you that's going to happen in August, because it's not. But this is where we're moving. And eventually what will happen is something I put out many years ago. We're going to get a whole new constitution. A whole new constitution. Right? And it's going to take out race completely. We are long overdue on that. I've said for a long time, we need to build a museum and we need to take that Constitution. Don't burn it. Don't destroy it. Put it in a building, because people need to remember, I'm not a fan in taking down things, because you know what they say, out of sight, out of mind. No, I need you to keep that in your mind. I need us to never forget. No, don't take down the Confederate statues. Leave them up. We should have left them up all over the world, these people, so we could never forget. But see, that was a trick. And a lot of people fell for it and helped take these things down. And so out of sight, out of mind, they do that to try to erase history when the truth has been uncovered. You need to leave these things up, because it is a part of a lived history, so that we can build something different and it can stay present in everyone's mind. So there is no mistake about what's going down and how it went down and who did it. Yeah. So don't get tricked into destroying things, okay? Now, I will say this too. Some of y'all who are claiming tribes, that ain't your lineage. But I'm going to let you have that. That's a discussion for another day. I think people are hopping into these things, and some of y'all are hopping in it, and it ain't working out well for you, because that's not the truth of where your lineage come from. I'm just saying, don't shoot the messenger. Just let it roll and roll off that it don't. For some of y'all, it's been life-changing and it has elevated you. For some of y'all, it has put you in the darkest and the depths of the hole. And that's how you know, maybe I need to look somewhere else for that lineage. So I'm not a fan of just jumping into a school because somebody else is doing well there. Okay? I'm just saying. Listen. Just saying. So anyway, getting back to the Pocahontas. All of these things are coming up. There's been a push for a long time about retribution. People want it. We want it. We deserve it. I say don't want it, take it. And I'm not talking by force. You don't have to take what is yours. But if you understand, then you know how to get it. But that's Once it all, because it's coming back up, and we're going to see this is going to rise back up. You think it's up, but it's getting ready to rise even more. Again, we're coming through a wave of it. And that's when the neutralization is going to come in. And all of a sudden, there is no race. It's only the human race. You see, because we're going to move into that theory that everybody likes to shout, but nobody want to do. All is one. It's going to look good on paper, but it's going to be something different in reality. So don't get fooled. They're bringing it up for a reason. We've already discovered, and I want to say that I told y'all last, all that testing your DNA, don't do it. They just wanted to know so they can redivert you somewhere, put you over in Africa, because that's what they thought everybody wanted. Tell you some tribe you came from, because that's what everybody wanted. And then they were going to count you out of the natives. Who was here when I told y'all that? And y'all was looking at me like, what is she talking about? I said, don't do it. I told my own son, don't do it. Don't do none of them DNA tests. That's all a trick to get you in that data bank so we could start saying, boof, when the truth come out, oh, you ain't from here. You got to go back to your motherland to get your retribution. Because this ain't going for none of y'all. Because y'all aren't native here. You remember? Y'all remember that? I used to harp on it. I got the side eye from folks. Because everybody wanted to know what tribe they came from. They wanted to know their ancestors. They wanted to know. They wanted to know. They wanted to put the certificate up. They wanted to know. They wanted to know. They got all that data. They got all that data. And they're going to use that data. And some of y'all got real excited when you found out that you had Irish and you had English and you had that blood and this blood. And ooh, y'all was jumping up and down and just excited. Now, don't look at me. I'm all mixed up. And we can't even talk about that. I'm all mixed. I'm just mixed up all over the place. Okay? So I am wherever I land. I'm everything. I'm mixed up all over the place. But I want you to know, be advised. Be advised. Okay? Just be advised. Because there was a bigger plan coming. And I said, they're going to make you prove your blackness here. And I know we ain't black. Don't get me wrong. Y'all know they going to make you prove it. So is everyone on the planet human? Listen, there's no such thing as a human. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. We are one race because we are all in these physical bodies. Okay? There's only one race. It's called humans, where you mix the spirit and the body goes in the spirit. That's it. You know? So that's what we are. That's what we are. Okay? So that whole Pocahontas exception, it's getting ready to be a very, very hot topic. Not for those who study it, because it's been a hot topic, obviously, because many of you guys have connected with it. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because the housing is another thing that there's going to be some major shifts and changes with housing. With housing. with housing. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking in chat here. Says recently Section 8 has opened statewide and many are suggesting you not buy a house. They don't add up. Wow, I didn't know that. Here's the thing. If you ain't got nowhere to live, go get you some Section 8. Okay? Go get you some. I know that may not be what you want to do, but I have to put that out for some who's out there. I'm not telling you not to do that. But the housing market, maybe in a year and a half, it will be a seller's market. But the market itself, it's ridiculous. Remember what I told you guys at the beginning of the show, that there was a prediction that we need to halven the population on the planet by a certain timeline. But what we don't realize here is that Earth will take care of that. Mother Gaia got that on lock. She could turn over and pass gas, and 2.5 million people will be gone. She could sneeze, and 3 million can disappear. That's not for us to control. We need to be focused on the bees, because the bees is what's really holding this dimension together. And we don't realize symbolically the significant role that the bees play in our whole existence here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But change is coming. I'm not going to keep going. We could keep talking about the airborne pathogens and all kinds of things and the fake mosquitoes and all kinds of things. So if you got a mosquito in your house, bless it and zap it, because it's probably not even real. Okay? It's not probably not even real. It's not real. It's illegal to be homeless. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. It's a lot of homeless people. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's illegal for you to try to commandeer a place that's not yours. That's what it's illegal. But it's not illegal to be homeless. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. We wouldn't have homelessness if it was illegal. No. So, the bees, yeah. The bees is counting on us. The bees in the trap. We need the bees to be in the trap, because literally honey is what, they're passing a bill for it. Let me tell you something. They gonna keep playing with y'all mind. And I know y'all know better, so don't take this personal. They just trying to play with your mind. They are just trying to play with your mind. Even if they pass a bill, it's illegal to jaywalk. But do you jaywalk? Where are they going to put these people? They're not going to put people who have been homeless, meaning without a standard place to live, since the beginning of time. It's not a new phenomenon, but we need to figure it out on the planet. But being homeless, it takes things to happen that gets you to that. That can be a life calling. It can. We'll have to talk about it one day. We don't have enough time because I have to break that down because some of y'all will take a sound bite from Ms.Blue and go run somewhere. Brittany says, Ms.Blue, tell me why tomorrow I start my first bee stewardship program. Learning. Oh my goodness. Congratulations, Brittany. Learning how to be a beekeeper. Yes. And we need more beekeepers. That's what I was going to tell everybody. Instead of getting a farm, get you some bees. I told y'all the story about the man who died and the bees showed up almost 4 or 5 miles away from where the bee farm was, covered his entire casket. Okay? His entire casket. Because they wanted to show their reverence. He never wore a suit. He used to just care for the bees. Matter of fact, they tell you when you have a bee farm and you are a beekeeper, if you're not going to be the beekeeper, you need to tell them and reintroduce the new beekeeper and let the bees know, hey, I'm cool, I'm good, I'm okay, I'm going to go do something else, and this is who's going to take care of y'all now. Because if you don't do that, you're going to have hell to play, or your bees are going to leave. Okay? Remember, they can see frequencies and colors that we can't see. By the way, I don't know about y'all, but I've been seeing new colors now for over a year. I don't have names for them, but I can see some colors they say we ain't supposed to see. And I know I can. So we got a lot of things coming online for us. We are elevating ourselves. Please do not recalcify your pineal gland. You have worked very hard. Don't start turning it over. Your personal mind. You know, they got apps and they want to call them cute things like your second brain. Ain't no. Stay out of your mind. That's what has gotten humanity in the state that we're in. Because people are in their mind. And the mind is drenched in fear. Yeah, just like your mind plays tricks on you, that will play tricks on you, okay? It'll play tricks on you. It'll play tricks on you. Yeah. Oh, you're an artist and you say them colors. I'm telling you, I have been seeing some colors. I always seen colors that nobody's seen, but now, listen, I don't even have a name for these colors yet. I can't even name these colors or even some of these clair abilities, as we call them, clairs. I don't even know. Bees follow me and I don't know why. I can't seem to go certain places without me feeling like they are chasing you. They're not chasing you. They recognize your vibration, your frequency. They're not stinging you. Because see, when bees want to get your attention, they sting you. Or sometimes a sting can be a good thing. Because I remember we had a power outage couple of years ago. And a bumblebee, a fat ass bumblebee got in my house and it stung me. Yeah. And I went to a whole nother level after that stung. Yeah. They take you into other dimensions, but bees can tell high frequencies, you know, very high frequency. I got stung by a bee, but usually bees will be there around my flowers in the yard. They just buzz around. They don't do anything, you know? So if bees are following you and they ain't all trying to get at you, okay? So listen, that's a good thing. Explore that. I'm allergic to bee stings and start swelling up. Yeah, me too. I swell up. Yeah, bees can see, they can see beyond ultraviolet. That's just what science say. They can literally take you into another dimension. but they are on a whole nother frequency. Yeah. There's a beehive in front of my door, and every now and again the bees come in. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Maya and the bee. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Uh-huh. My mom say they always used to follow her as a child, and now they still follow her. Your mother has some very high frequency. Yeah, they'll follow me too. Mm-hmm. They should follow everybody here if you come in their proximity. I guarantee you. I got stung by a bee 10 times at once when I was younger. I kept my distance ever since. Yeah, they was shocking your ass into consciousness. Z Z Z Z Z. I bet you woke up then. You started getting into your higher self. Then you was walking around at 11 knowing a whole lot of stuff. Yep. Mm-hmm. I bet you that's how you woke up. You go back and you start tracking what you started learning. Your dreams started getting different. You probably started dressing different. All kinds of things started happening. Them bees got you. They took you into a new dimension. A new dimension. So listen, we're going to get out of here. I hope you all enjoyed the show. I want to say thank you to everyone who, let me see what y'all purchasing. Y'all purchased some stuff tonight. I want to say thank you all for those who purchased the higher self activation. Thank you to those of you who signed up for to be on the mailing list as well. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me share it with you right here. This is the higher self activation. I created this when the portal opened up in July during Cancer season. This is if you have any kind of issues with your inner child, mother issues, father issues, all kinds of these kinds of things, inner child issues, relationship issues. You get a ritual in here. This is to help you connect back to your higher self. And you get a ritual that I walk you through. All you need to do is be present for it. You get a ritual that I take you through, and it's all kinds of high vibrational vibes. I put high level Reiki energy in there, all kinds of good frequencies, all kinds of things that are in here for you to tap into and connect with. And I want to say I thank you all for emailing me, DMing me, letting me know that that this right here has really helped and changed your transformation in your life and has healed some wounds with mother issue, father issue, daddy issues, mommy issues, interpersonal issues, not being connected with your higher self issues. So I want to tell you guys that as well. And then also you're going to get some journal ritual activation pages. This step by step is going to tell you how to access the audio because you'll get it via email. You'll get these pages. You'll download this immediately. And then I also created a activation subliminal for you guys. And y'all are loving the subliminal. You're going to put it on. You just hear sounds. You don't really hear what I'm saying. But I tell you what I'm putting in the subliminal. It's helping you to rewire your subconscious mind, help you to connect back with your higher self, and really, really connect with this energy. And I got to get back with some of you guys because y'all have left some powerful, life-changing testimonies. And I'm so thank you. I see you guys are putting it in chat now for those who have purchased. More than 300 of you guys actually have this. I created it for our collective on the planet. This work will continue to take you over and over and over again. So for $22, that master number of 22, you can really tap into this energy. And I really, really want you guys, I want you guys to tap into it. I want you guys to really, really tap into it and really do that work. You can click the link in my stand store and you can be a part of the higher self activation and you'll get access to the files. So I made it a price. I understand a lot of us are dealing with a lot of things, but I knew I wanted to make it a price. And so many of you have donated for Soul Family members. And that was a beautiful blessing because you guys were blessed enough with doing the work that it allowed you to come out of some of the things that was blocking you in different areas of your life so that you can move greater into your authentic self and be able to gift others. And that's a beautiful thing. So I'm really, 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 really grateful for all of you. You know a follower of the Blue Raspberry Wind. Who, me? Who, me? You look forward to tomorrow? Absolutely. Absolutely, you guys. We're going to have a great time. And if you guys don't know what we're talking about, it's the 8-8 Lionsgate activation. It's going to be 6 visionary creators. We're all going to take the stage and we're going to get it in. We're going to get it in. So registration, it's free and you all can participate. Okay? You all can participate. Link is in the bio. We're going to get out of here. 4 hours almost, you guys. So let's run this up. Like the show, share the show, subscribe. I want to give a big shout out to all of the new subscribers that are here. Oh, you are a follower. Okay, I'm reading it now. I'm a follower now of Blue Raspberry Wind. Well, welcome on in. It's so good to have you. Listen, subscribe. I want to give a big shout out to Brother Lance and to Lola Falana for moderating. There are wonderful mods here tonight. I want to say thank you to each and every single one of you guys. I love you so much. Pass the show on. I love to hear your thoughts. Let's keep the conversation going in the comments section. And I will see you all tomorrow. Y'all want me to play some music on the way out? What y'all want to hear? It's all about frequency. Is that what y'all want to hear? Y'all want to hear it's all about frequency? What y'all want to hear? 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 Let me know what y'all want to hear. Remember, seats are limited tomorrow, so get there early. Okay. You won't be connecting. Well, it depends on what part of the world you're in, but the event is happening in the United States on the 8th. Not the 9th, the 8th. Okay? So register. That's in a couple of hours for us here. Now, I granted some of you guys are in different places in the world, so maybe it's the 9th for you. Y'all want to hear it's all about frequency? Where'd Brother Lance go? He told me to play something. I'm trying to see what he wanted me to play. Oh, wait. Let me go out. Oh, the sister song. Okay. Oh, y'all want to hear King Sis. Y'all want to hear Luxury? I like luxury. Y'all want to hear that? Because remember, luxury comes from within. I love you too. I love you guys so much. I love you guys so much. Does it start at 8? You got to click the link because depending on where you are in the world, okay, it's 8 p.m. Eastern time. Eastern time, not for everybody. So I don't want to put it out because I'll give y'all the wrong time. Y'all got to do the math. You want to hear Tapped In, Tuned In? Christine, you want to hear Dream Makers? You know I got to ask them Dream Makers. Them Dream Makers, y'all. I don't know. Do we have Dream Makers in the building? I thought I'd seen some Dream Makers. No, you didn't cause no confusion. No, none whatsoever. I want to make sure I don't cause confusion. I love you too. I can't say your name. Studio AT Arts. I don't want to say it. XIN. Let me just put it up. Love you too. Papa Flan, you obviously don't know that there's been a cracking down on homeless folks. Of course, there has been a cracking down on homeless folks. We're not trying to be senseless when we say that, but what I'm telling you is that I don't care what they say in the law, it's still going to exist. And the world, that's why all of us need to step into what we feel we're being called to do so that we can be the change and not allow these systems that are on their way out to control. You understand? And if you feel a strong calling for homelessness, maybe that's where your gift is. That's where your talents are going to show up at. Mm-hmm. That's where it's going to be. Thank you. That's where it's going to be. Okay, so I didn't hear dream makers. Makers are in the building, but play luxury. Okay. See, I told you, them dream makers something else, honey. They something else. Okay, so we're going to play luxury. Hold on. I want to say thank you to everyone who's purchasing the higher self. Y'all are going to get it in. You're going to really, really enjoy it. Okay, so we're going to hear luxury. Here we go. We're going to hear that, and then we're going to get out. We're going to get out of here. We're going to get out of here. We're going to get out of here. Okay? We're going to get out of here. Was Pocahontas black too? Everything black. It's all black. And I ain't trying to offend nobody here, but if you know, that's facts. All colors come out of black. Everything is black. Okay? Everything. Mm-hmm. This was a very interesting show. Interesting. I love that. Thank you, Ms.Blue. Queen E here, Ms.Blue. Hey, Ms.Blue, don't forget about me. Oh, my goodness. Hey, Queen E. I'm not going to forget about you. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Then we're going to get out of here because Jennifer is in here. Y'all know we got to get ready in a little bit, and I got to get to work. So we're going to play Dream Makers, and y'all know how I feel about Dream Makers, so I'm going to go on mute, and then we're going to play Queen Sis, and then we're going to get out of here, okay? Well, we're going to play Queen Sis first. Let's play her first. Okay, does anyone in chat know the ritual to keep dogs away from the mailbox for dog owners who don't care? I would tell you something, but I don't know if I could tell you right here. Mm-hmm. You could literally send a message to your USPS, especially if you know who the dog owner is, and let them handle it, because they will. Mm-hmm.
What could he do for me? I told him that my love is free, but can you match me? I can do it all for myself. Want you, but really don't need help. So can you match me? I like luxury. I like fancy things. Shine on my body. Live like royalty. Treat you like a king. If I trust, but you must be worthy of the crown. I'm not just anybody, born to live in luxury. La 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 la. La 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 la. Lux. La 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 la. is a blessing, but F you, hate me. Rocks on my wrist, fur on my feet, setting the table in all the chic. Baby, come eat. I like luxury, I like fancy things. Shine on my body, live like royalty. Treat you like a king if I trust, but you must be worthy of the crown. I'm not just anybody, born to live in luxury. I work too hard, oh my. Luxury. We come so far, oh luxury. Cover these scars and diamonds. Luxury. Every day I'm alive, it's giving lux, yeah. La 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 la. La 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 la. Lux. La 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 la. I work too hard, oh my. We come so far, oh covered these scars and diamonds. Every day I'm alive, it's giving lux, yeah. La 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 la. Lux, la 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 la. Lux.
I kind of love this. I get a chance to be in chat because y'all is too much over here. Somebody said, "Hi, everybody doing? Did I miss the live?" Yep, you missed all of it, but we know you was listening. But you in here now, so that's what counts. Make sure you go back and download. Okay, so now we're gonna hear Dream Makers, and I'm gonna try to contain myself. Okay. The Dream Makers said I can play their song, so let me find it. Ooh, where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Are we ready? Are we ready? We ready? We ready for it? We ready? You're welcome, Brittany. Love you too. Are we ready? Y'all ready for Dream Makers? Yeah, here we go.
I had a vision in the quiet of my mind. Late nights, big dreams, perfect time and divine. They said be patient, I said watch me move. Every step I take is something I choose. I was praying for a sign, then I became one. Turning pressure into diamonds, yeah. I make them shine, I don't chase, I align. Now the stars falling in line. I was dreaming with my eyes wide open, heart steady, soul fully spoken. What I see is already real. I can feel it, yeah, I feel it. I'm a dream maker. I turn vision into form. What I touch, I transform. I don't wait, I create. I'm a way maker. From the spark to the flame, I'm remembering my name. This is purpose, this is power. Dreams to reality now. I walk through fire and design a faith. Kept my crown on straight, never lost my grace. Every setback set me up just right. Every lesson taught me how to rise. I don't need permission, I don't need applause. I got rhythm in my spirit, I move with the laws. What's for me comes easy, comes clean. I don't force a thing, I was dreaming, now I'm standing in it. Every move intentional, I'm commending it. What I see is already real. I can feel it, yeah, I feel it. I'm a dream maker. I turn vision into form. What I touch, I transform. I don't This ain't luck, this alignment. This ain't hope, this embodiment. I don't follow energy, I generate it. I don't chase the future, I activate it. Slow breath, steady hand. I'm exactly where I am. Every dream knows mine, and it answers when I stand. I'm a dream maker. Watch me build it from the soul. Every vision made whole. This is mine, this is fate. I'm a dream maker. I'm a dream maker. I was born for this time. Every step is divine. Every step is divine. This is purpose. This is power. Dreams to reality.
Look what I did with the dream. Look, I done took the pen and the pen done wrote on me. That's going to be my tattoo. Ooh, that's right. You guys are a dream maker. That is the song that I wrote and created or had created for the class for the dream makers. Just like Tapped In, Tuned In, I wrote the words to that. Just like All About Frequency, wrote the words to that as well. That's not me singing, but I did. It's not on Spotify, any of that. I'm supposed to finish the album. I got to write some more songs, put some more things out there. So we shall see. We shall see. Yeah. That's going to do it for us. I got to go get this ink off of me, but I think what I'm going to do is try to put it on paper. My music has come a long way. Thank you, Dr. Banks. That's a big one coming from my brother right there who works in that industry. So thank you, Dr. Banks. So yeah, I'm going to try to put this down and decode it. Yeah, put this down. Hey, Lay Fairy, good to see you. So listen, we are going to get out of here. We're at 4 minutes and 11 seconds. You know, the 411, that's the higher self number. We done changed that. It's not the information line. It's the higher self number. So yeah, that's right, Jennifer. We don't chase, we align. Okay? Think about how long that song been out. We don't chase, we align. Okay? We ain't chasing nothing. We ain't chasing. We ain't about that chase life. But we are going to get out of here. I've been saying bye for a while. I hope you all enjoyed the show. Thank you all for all the beautiful likes. Make sure you share the show out. Thank you, T Shaka. Look at T Shaka in the building. Good to see you, T Shaka. Good to see you. So I want you guys to do me a favor and download. Share it. Send it to somebody you know that can use the information, enjoy the conversation, and connect with the energy and the vibration. Make sure you save it. Come back to it. Let's keep ourselves aware. Let's keep ourselves in the know. Keep an eye on the sky and one eye on the oceans, the waters, and the seas. Okay? Because we're going to have a lot of energy floating around. And for some of you, make sure you pay attention to the waters around you. I love you all. I'm going to get out of here. Orco kisses. Woo. Peace and love. Peace and love. Ciao. Oh, I got to do a thumbnail. Or YouTube's going to have me looking crazy. They had me looking good yesterday, but I don't know what they're going to do today. So we'll see.